From the Department of Environmental Sciences in the College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences at Unisa. I will be your program director for this morning session. However, I am not alone. I'm with Ms. Mutlogelwa. She will be the program director for your afternoon session. I welcome you all to our very first KAYES Postdoctoral Fellowship Symposium. Let's give it a hand. Thank you. This event serves as a platform to highlight and celebrate the outstanding research achievements of our postdoctoral fellows. This initiative aims to enhance the development and application of research that fosters sustainability, resilience, and equity by promoting collaboration across diverse disciplines, sectors, and communities under the theme Catalyzing Research for Sustainable Futures. As we commence with our program, I would like to invite our Executive Dean, Prof. Ntanganezeni Mapodi, to give us our opening remarks. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I lost my speech. I had a very long speech. Now I lost it, so it's interesting. Can we have everyone up, comes down a bit so that you are all together here? It becomes easy when you are engaging. When you are up there and then we have the gap in between, it becomes difficult. So I'm trying to help those who will be giving the presentation later so that all of you can easily hear them. And it's a humble request. So Professor Mabelebele is our host. How many postdocs do you have? I'm trying to count the people who are here. If we have over 60, I'm seeing a lot of supervisors. I'm even seeing Prof. Ndwasa. I'm not seeing the postdocs. Okay, good morning, colleagues. And it's a pleasure for me to come and welcome you in this beautiful morning at CAIES. I'm with my Deputy Executive Dean, Professor Ganta is just sitting here in front. We thought let's come and welcome you and listen to you. I believe today it's going to be an interesting day because you will be sharing a lot of your new innovative ideas, fresh ideas, what you have been researching about. And as the College of Agriculture, we're very honored. You may think we take you for granted, but that is not the case. We are so honored to have you. And this morning, I want to welcome all people who are here, including our own guests who are coming from other institutions. And I think I didn't lose at least their names. We have Dr. Mandla Ndlovu, who's from the research department, and he's now at SBL. He was telling me that he moves, but he will be talking to our postdoc today. And we have also Dr. Edith Sikuma from NRF. So nice to see her. Oh, there she goes. Then we have Dr. Samukelisiwe Hlope Dininza from Water Research Commission. You're also welcome. Thank you. It's good to see you. And then we have Dr. Abeda Dewart. Is he not here? Okay. And then we have Dr. Sibongile Mazibuko. We have her. She's coming. She's just on the way. Okay, colleagues. Then we have our esteemed guest, our postdoc fellows. And thank you. And their mentors, they are also here. So let's give the hand to the mentors. So I just want to say, CAIES has been a very, let me say it like this, it has been a very good year for CAIES this year. I think if we were to look in both ways, in the teaching and learning, in the research space, we really have a good year. But I want to say that the postdoctoral fellow, it gives us an opportunity as a university to cultivate or to harness the critical thinking of the young minds. And that help us actually to improve our thinking of research, especially to those expertise who has been doing research. Sometimes when the youngsters coming into the research team, it brings also the new thinking, and that also advanced the research. And I think that's one of the things that we are much grateful for as a college. And we also want as CAIS to position ourselves as a college that is very stronger in teaching and learning, especially if we look at the diverse of our PQM and how best are we reaching out and making impact in the space of agriculture and in the space of environmental sciences, in the space of life sciences, both when we look at the biomedical part, when we also look at the microbiology part, in the space of geography. And we want to find ourselves excelling with the new good ideas. And I think this kind of a platform, it gives us that opportunity that when you have young minds coming in, it actually open up the opportunity for you as a college to grow. So I think that's what we are very much happy about. We also believing that today it will be for them bragging to us their research findings and also exchanging an ideas, engage meaningfully in this discussion, and try to make sure that the research that we are doing is just not ending in our shelves, but actually the research that we are doing is making the impact in the people of South Africa and also the continent of Africa and the world, because we want to see Unisa in a global space. So I think that's what we would be looking at. I would like to see when they do their presentation, Prof. Mabelebele, showing out what the community is gaining from them. I always said, when you live from a community getting education, the idea is that you go, you give back. So I would really want to see what is it that they've done and the impact that they are making in our community. But as a college, we really take pride of you as the postdoctoral fellows, because whatever that you are doing here is set out your future. It also help you to become a better researcher, a better academic, grow in a space where you would find yourself as an expert. Because here you do have your mentors who are the expert of the field that you are at. And then the other thing is, I like us also, as you are going to do this presentation today, or as you celebrate your research, I want you to put in your mind the Unisa 2030 strategy. And if you actually take the Unisa 2030 strategy and you try to embed it into the National Development Plan, it is easier again to embed it into the African Agenda 2063. And that feeds into the SDG, the Global Sustainable Goals. And if we, as a postdoc, you could think that way, I would believe that a lot of the SDGs that we have, we should make a huge impact. And that's what I would be looking to hear, hearing your research outputs. What have you been doing? Again, the other things that is welcome you today is that we have you as a Unisa because we want you to become better people. And the only way you can be better is if you also do your part. So I would be very disappointed if there are, Prof. Mabelebele, many postdocs who are not presenting today. I would actually wish if most of them, they would be presenting so that they showcase exactly what they're doing, and then we can see and we can advise them accordingly. So from us as a college, we moving forward in our future when we can't like try to visualize it, we see ourselves as a college that's excellent in agriculture, that's excellent in environmental conditions that we have, that is excellent in the life science, that is excellence. If we're talking about human health, if we're talking about food security and One Health as a college, that's one of the things that we want to find ourselves excelling. And I just want to say, as these opening remarks, to say, postdocs, find yourself under the consortiums that we have within Unisa, because these consortiums, they're embedded within the catalytic niche area. I wonder if there is any postdoc who does not understand the Unisa catalytic niche area. And if there is one, Prof. Mabelebele, it will be disappointing, because that's what they're supposed to be excelling into. So all these catalytic niche area, you're supposed to be taking them and say, how do I take one catalytic niche area and make it my drive and make it my future and make it the difference in South Africa? So what I'm trying to say to you all is that let's embrace the 10 catalytic niche areas. 6 of them are actually core to CAIES, which is the marine studies. We're looking forward to have a lot of academics, a lot of researchers, a lot of students who could actually do a lot of research in marine studies. Looking at the space of energy, you do know that we just at least on leave in terms of load shedding. We don't even know whether it's going to come back, but let's have a solution for our country. So the renewable energy is supposed to become one of the priority for us as CAIES, especially because the agriculture space provided that opportunity to be able to do a lot of the biogas, a lot of the using the biomass. So I really appeal to you that as you are doing your research, think about those areas. I would not say much about your natural sciences and your biotechnology, because that is what you're supposed to excel. There's no question about it. As a college, it's something that we need to excel. So that is something that everywhere, every university across South Africa, they should know us best for that. So if you do not take it seriously, I appeal to you to make sure that Unisa shine in the biotechnology and natural science space. And then also, when we look at health sciences, I'm so happy to see that when every day Dr. Adrian says she's here, she sent me all the emails of the new publication. And when I screen these publications, I see a lot of what is happening in the medicinal space. Why it makes me so happy? Imagine a lot of diseases that we're encountering in South Africa and in Africa as a whole. And some because of malnutrition, some because when you start to afford, you go to more junk food and no longer eat good food. And then we end up with all these things. But what I'm happy about is that we are utilizing our own indigenous plants, coming up with a solution that would help us more healthier. In actual fact, maybe it's going to also help us to have a better diet. And then we'll all be healthy. So I'm grateful to see that what Prof. Ndwasa started a few years ago into the drug discovery, I'm seeing Prof. Ndwasa a lot of academics, a lot of young students embedding into that space and starting to screen for so many medicinal plants that we can use. So that is something that is really interesting. But let's not forget the nutritional part of it, that we need also to go and try to find out. Then also all the other, but there is one that I cannot forget to mention because my DD won't be happy. The student support and co-curriculum, because he excelled in that. So I'm saying that let's rethink about our co-curriculum. Let's see how best that our learning is support our students. So postdoc, I would really wish you all the best. And on top of that, I want to say, take teaching and learning also as part of one of the exercises that you need to do. Don't just focus into research, but also while you are in that space, try to, I'm trying to say what? Try to make sure that you are aligning with all other KPAs of the university. That will help you to gain the better opportunity. So today, I'm looking forward to hear, to see the new results, to see the new discovery that will actually take KAYES to a greater heights. And I'm believing that the younger students who are here, they will be learning from you. And also those who are still studying for their PhD, they will be learning from you, and they will take that opportunity, and also they would improve to where they are. So as a management, we're looking forward, and we say that congratulations to everything that you have done this year. I think even if when I look at the publication that you have done as a postdoc, Prof. Mabelebele, they're sitting at how much percent? She's supposed to know by head. And anyway, so, but in any way, what I appreciate is that you're excelling. But before I sit down, I want to say these few things. Sometimes as a leader, if it's good to say something good, but also it's good to correct. And that helps us. As a postdocs, colleagues, you are expected to be in this campus. You are expected. It is a must that you need to be in this campus. But also, we are not saying don't go to fields and do your research. That's not what we are saying. But we are saying you're expected to be here. Postdoc, you cannot go internationally while we do not know as a college. It's not a good thing. We want to encourage you. We want to support you. But I know there are so many opportunities in South Africa. Don't take that opportunity without your employer knowing. It becomes the challenge for us. I'm starting to see that because some of you are supposed to present today, you're sending your apologies to say, oh, I can't make it because I'm in this country. And then when we check out, we said, you did not tell us that you're going in that country. You cannot do anything without your mentor knowing. And your mentor needs to advise you to write a permission. Unisa has a policy, colleagues, that if you are traveling international, you have to fill in that form to be allowed to travel international. Should anything happen to you, we are responsible. Again, one of the other things that I just want to emphasize is that your mentors are the people who brought you here. You cannot have an attitude and publish without them. Because why are you here? They brought you here. It's a teamwork. You cannot now come in and say, but by the way, I realize I can't work with my mentor. Cannot be the case. So please, I appeal to you that as your mentor has hunted you, have a good working relationship. That will make you a better person in life. And also, make sure that whatever activities that you are doing, you're also reporting. And I like that you're getting laptops. Most of you have already got the laptops. Last time you were crying, so now you have it. Colleagues, I want to wish you well, and I'm wishing all the best for today, and I'm hoping that all presentation will be very good presentation. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you to our Executive Dean for giving us a warm welcome. I believe we are all now feeling welcome and more free and ready to engage with our postdoc and all our presenters. Before we commence, I would like to just share one house rule. Please, let's put our phones on silent so that we do not distract our presenters and our fellow postdocs. Thank you. I would like now to invite Prof. Monye Mabelebele, the Head of Research and Graduate Studies in the College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences, to introduce our keynote speaker.
Good morning. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, colleagues. Are you happy? Postdocs, are you happy? This is your event, and let me just say from my office, I really appreciate the presence of the deanery, Professor Mapoli as well as Professor Ganta. I know they're really busy, and we do appreciate them being here with us this morning. So my job is quite easy. I'm going to introduce our keynote speaker this morning. He has extensive experience in higher education sector, particularly in the research and innovation management. So his expertise include overseeing master and doctoral programs, securing funding opportunities, both nationally and internationally, and also supporting emerging and established researchers as well as research chairs. Now, among his biggest highlights is launching the Unisa Postdoctoral Fellowship Program in 2014. So he's one of the pioneers of the Unisa PDF program in 2014. Now, this is followed by an introduction of a senior postdoctoral category in 2023 and hosting the National Postdoctoral Fellowship Program or Forum at Unisa in 2024. Now, he served there as a project manager. Currently, Dr. Manda, who is our keynote address, is employed at the Graduate School of Business Leadership at Unisa, where he is a manager of research and innovation. And so in terms of his educational background, he is an academic by training, a reader and social scientist whose research interest and expertise focus on the biography of modern South Africa and the transformation of higher education institutions. He has over 10 years experience in research, administration, and management at Unisa, where he also obtained his PhD. Then he proceeded to Graduate School of Business Leadership, where he's currently based. So in his capacity as the Research and Innovation Manager at SBL, Dr. Ndlovu Omanda focuses on supporting research productivity by creating an enabling research and innovation environment for researchers there, as well as postgraduate students, to conduct meaningful and impactful research that addresses local, national, and continental challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to Dr. Manda, who's going to give us a keynote address.
In the meantime, thank you very much, Prof. Mabelebele, for that very nice introduction. And maybe let me just also begin by thanking you and your team for the sterling work that indeed you are doing. And one of those things was to put together this forum for the engagement. And I must say I was very responsiveness of my brother Sibusiso here, whom I was interacting with from the moment when I was being invited to deliver a keynote address. It's very unusual at Unisa because it takes time. You know, people take time to respond to emails. People take time to, even alone, to answer the phone calls. And I must really acknowledge in the presence of the executives here Thank you so much, Professor Mabelebele, for that sort of a leadership. So then secondly, colleagues, before I even venture into my presentation, so I'm trying to balance this laptop also here. So if you can just bear some patience with me there, so that it does not fall. Yeah, colleagues, I must also just make a disclaimer. It's very important so that everything is in context. The first disclaimer I'm going to make is that, yes, I used to work at the research department for almost 13 years. So I'm now with the Graduate School of Business Leadership. And with that, I'm not representing the research department. That's number one. The disclaimer number two is that I'm not representing the Graduate School of Business Leadership. Everything I'm going to say here is my own opinion, and this opinion is informed by a very lengthy and complex experience of, as I've said, of having worked with postdoctoral fellows. Yeah. So I've never worked anywhere else or with any other thing except the research administration. And this is my second employment at the SBL. So my first employment was just in the research department, where I started as the student assistant. So in simple terms, colleagues, we are a country that attained independence in 1994. It's almost about 30 years later, but we still find ourselves grappling with a lot of challenges: social, economic, racial inequality. And those are compounded by unemployment, criminality, corruption, illiteracy, and etc. like that. So one of the things that I've observed, colleagues, is that we don't seem to have a strategy, like let's rather say the national question around which our strategies at the university levels are supporting that national question. And by national question, I'm talking about the issues that are affecting society, the priorities of the government. So we all know that South African government has what they call it a national development plan. But as institutions, in terms of our research, in terms of our work, are we aligning our strategies, our objectives, our goals with that national development plan? And it's something that I really felt that I should come and talk about it here, because I don't think to the greater extent that we are aligning ourselves with what is happening outside there. So indeed, the institutions are not supposed to exist and operate as ivory towers. The institutions are part of the society, and they need to be seen to be contributing towards the solutions in the society. So the postdoctoral fellowship is not something that is here in South Africa alone. It's something that also has international dimensions. And so it's something that dates back, to around 1950s. And I will start, for example, with the context of the postdoctoral fellowship in the United States, for example. So, with the United States of America, for example, the introduction of the postdoctoral fellowship, or rather, let me just say, the postdoctoral scholarship was intertwined with the Cold War era. So during the era of the Cold War, so what happened is that America and the Soviet Union, they were fighting for the global superpower status. So in order for America to be able to dominate the world, one of the things that they've had to do was to recruit the the African graduates so that they can be dissuaded for getting enthralled in the communist path of development, the student program in American university. And so they were funding a lot of these scholarships for these graduate students to move from African states to the United States. So that was exactly after the end of the Second World War. So you would know that most of these graduates, they would have obtained their undergrad qualifications in Africa, but then they would continue to do the postdoctoral fellowship in the United States of America. So that was actually strategic from the side of the United States of America, so that many of these graduates, by the end of the Cold War, they would have been trained, in the area of the capitalist economic development, for example. Whereas on the other hand, the Soviet Union, which is Russia, was more focused on recruiting the African graduates to undergo the military training and the teachings in the Lenin Marxist doctrines, because their preparation was towards the revolution. So, but America did not want that. America wanted to focus on training the next generation of African leaders that will embrace this capitalist path of development. And so one important thing, however, to highlight is that the United States still rewarded knowledge production and research productivity. And when you look in terms of what is happening currently as we speak, is that a lot of people apply for the visas, a lot of people apply for the green card citizenship in the United States of America, especially the doctors. They don't have a lot of challenges. They don't have a lot of problems being absorbed by the economy of the United States. The economy of the United States is such that it is cosmopolitan. So it is cosmopolitan, and it also has the ability for a talent retention. And so it is clear that the postdoctoral fellowship and academic appointment in the United States are rewarded on the basis of the competitiveness, which contrasts sharply with the situation in South Africa, where the primary focus is on the transformation agenda. And what I mean by that, I think in terms of the strategy that in South Africa we are embracing, when you look at the rationale behind institutions recruiting the postdoctoral fellowship, it's more to do with a transformation. Like at some point, perhaps to say we want to increase the number of research outputs, we want to generate a lot of fiscals, the second stream income for the institutions, and so forth like that. And it's something that I really think that as a society we need to, because at the end of the day, even if we are going to have a lot of research outputs, we are going to have a lot of fiscals, but how are those outputs and fiscals going to contribute towards the national development? It's another question that we really need to critically interrogate and engage it. And so, whereas in the case of the United States, what has happened is that after training that generation of the African scholars, most of them, they actually even returned back to their countries, whereby they returned back to the institutions that were well functioning at the time. Then it means one can say that there is a return on investment, because then these are now the leaders that are running their institutions, that are running their government, that are presiding over the agenda for the national development and etc. like that. And most of these scholars that did their postdoctoral fellowships between 1950s and 1980s, they then return to these institutions and they then provide a first set of African generation scholars. And so I think this is one of the strategic intent that as the University of South Africa and other institutions, we need to really look into it, because it cannot be that we just recruit, like many postdoctoral fellows just for a case of recruiting them and them doing the publications. But how are we investing in terms of the societal development as far as these programs are concerned? And it's something that I feel that at some point we need to have this discussion and try to realign our postdoctoral fellowship. So, but also the same funders such as your Rockefeller, they also assisted these African countries and African scholars to resettle back into their institutions. And I'm saying these things because these are the things that were happening between 1950s and the 1980s. But as it stands as we speak now, we no longer have seen that. Most of the people, for example, who comes from all over the world, when they complete their postdoctoral fellowship, they seek employment here in South Africa. There's something wrong. Structurally, there's just something wrong, because we're supposed to have a situation whereby we see these scholars, for example, going back to their institutions or other countries, whereby they assume that leadership role in terms of the research and the scholarship. So it's something that I think we really need to ensure that our strategy also focus on that. But then also, that was the strategic purpose, the strategic focus of the United States of America as far as the postdoctoral fellowship is concerned. But there were other agendas, in other contexts, such as, for example, France, for example. So, whereas the agenda or the strategy of the United States of America was to do with dissuading these African scholars from getting enthralled in the community, in the communist path of development. France itself was focusing more on what we call the French assimilation ideology. So what was happening in that particular regard was that France, in the era between 1950s and 1980s, it was more obsessed with these romantic ideas about the society, whereby a premium was more placed on art, ethics, poems, and etc. like that, because it was the era whereby France was just emerging from the French Revolution, and to get some inspiration, to get some light. And then that is why what they call a French political philosophy began to inspire these discourses of emotions, art, and etc. like that. So then what happened is that the French institutions, they promoted this idea of France the Great to attract Africans, particularly from Francophone countries. And even the very idea of France the Great was a propaganda such that school children, they romanticized France and demonized Africa. So they were motivated towards complicity in the dissemination of colonial propaganda ideology. So although France had a huge breadth of theoretical canonism, needless to say that its literature, origin, style were written in the French colonial library. So it sold this to African scholars at the level of the postdoctoral scholarship, focusing on the philosophy that is deeply engaged in art, ethics, emotions, romanticism, rather than critically engaging with the existential questions that were compounding these African states. And as such, the postdoctoral fellowship in the colonial France was not just a career progression, but a continuation of French propaganda, where scholarship directly feed to French propaganda. But I think to this point, colleagues, having just given a reflection on the strategic purpose and the focus of the American scholarship during that era of the 1950s to the 1980s, we can also just appreciate equally so that France had a strategy, and that strategy was being pursued by the institutions in France. And so that is a context. It's a context that I'm placing before I've come back to the South African context, so that we can really see and understand that if ever we are going to keep on enrolling many more and more and more, but without having a strategy, then it's defeatist on its own. So let me just also give another context of the United Kingdom. So the context of the United Kingdom was mostly to do with the expansion of the British Empire. So what British sought to do was to attract these African scholars into their institutions, and more to do what? To learn about Africa, to gather data about Africa, and with that data, to build the African colonial library and archives in the UK institutions. And the legacy of that has been the building of scholarship and these epistemologies that even today we are still aligning our scholarship in terms of the way that we are supervising at the master's and the doctoral level. We have to adhere and strictly follow, for example, certain research designs and methodologies. You cannot do any research at the postgraduate level, and that research is not speaking about your qualitative or a quantitative or a mixed methodology. So almost about 100 years later, Africa has still not been able to escape that Euro-North American canon and epistemic practices in general. So to a certain extent, it tells you that Britain had a strategy in terms of their scholarship, and that it will contract as I come to focus on the South African context, in that there's not a tangible thing that you can say that in terms of the scholarship, South Africa as a nation, as a society, we are achieving together. But in those countries, then you can see that there is a strategy, and that strategy has worked a lot for them. It's only just recently, later on, that Britain now is also beginning to attract, especially the medical doctors. They train these students, they become medical doctors, and they are retained in their hospitals. So it's only later that that is beginning to do what? To happen. Then that tells you also that there is a particular shift in terms of the strategy of the United Kingdom as far as the issues of the scholarship and the training of African scholars is concerned. So then now, maybe in general terms, sorry, apologies, colleagues. So I often interact with colleagues just to check what is the strategy of the postdoctoral fellowship program in South Africa. And we are told about the research and development. At an institutional level, we are told that, yes, at the institutional level, such as here in Unisa, we are told that we need the next generation of scholars because the current cohort of the researchers, they are nearing the retirement, and as a result, we need to accelerate, that next generation of the scholars. So that is basically something that is happening here in South Africa. But the question I have is increasing the number, for example, of people with the PhDs, increasing the research capacity in the institutions. Does that directly respond to the needs of the society as far as the issues of the social, economic, racial inequalities are concerned? And I think it's the question that we need to respond to within the context example of the postdoctoral fellowship. So, unlike other institutions here in South Africa, Unisa is self-funded. Approximately between 90 and 95% postdoctoral fellows are funded from within Unisa. Only about maybe 5% is funded externally. And that raises other questions as well in terms of the financial sustainability. And I'm just gonna do for you a small calculation on that. So let's say, for example, a postdoctoral fellow gets the stipend of 360 per annum. And in return, they're expected to publish 2 research output units. Currently, one research output unit, it equates to between 130,000 and 130 and 140,000. So meaning that 2 research output units, they equate to around 260,000. So you see, when you're looking at that calculation, already it means that in terms of the return on investment, the institution is losing around 100,000. But it does not end there. Because postdoctoral fellows, they co-publish with their mentors, and the mentors, they're entitled for the research incentives. So for an article, a mentor get about plus minus 50,000 for an article, whereas for the conference proceedings, it's around 25,000, depending on the impact factor of that particular proceeding. So then it means essentially that there is no return on investment financially to the institution. So you then now take 360,000, you multiply it. Unisa currently has about 400 to 420 postdoctoral fellows. So you say 420 multiplied by 360,000. How much is that? Then in terms of the financial sustainability, you really have to ask yourself hard questions, because on the other hand, the institution is emphasizing the issue of the austerity measures. Like I see that in many other colleges, especially international conference, they are very, very, very restricted there. And they are saying that you need to get your own funding in order to attend those international conferences, which I partly agree with that. And so, yeah, I think it is, but I'm not saying that strategy which Unisa developed when the postdoctoral fellowship program was launched in 2014 was not working or was useless for that matter. I'm not saying that. I'm saying this, that I think in the past 10 years, because when we started, actually I started the Unisa postdoctoral fellowship with the current director, Mr. Mopape. When we started, I think Unisa only had about less than 5 postdoctoral fellows, and they were externally funded, they were scattered in some department, they were unknown. So when we started the postdoctoral fellowship then, today as we speak, we are sitting at about 400. And when we started, I think postdoctoral fellows, they were still getting about 15,000. Then we said we want to compete with the likes of your traditional dominant institutions, your UCT, your Stellenbosch, University of Pretoria, UJ. So, but in order to be able to compete with those institutions, you need to put in a lot of money. Because obviously postdocs, they always look at that financial aspect. And indeed, I mean, ordinarily, any graduate from VETS or whatever those first-class South African institutions would not come to Unisa because of the historical perception of Unisa as an ODL or an institution for the old people and etc. like that. So they would not prefer to come to Unisa. But we said we want to change that discourse. We want to make Unisa a research-intensive institution. And that is how we put in a lot of money. The first call advert for the postdoctoral fellows, it went out September 2014. And that time we attracted about 100 postdoctoral fellows. We prepared the agendas, and postdocs were interviewed. And I'm so proud that I come across a lot of postdoctoral fellows who today, they are NRF rated, they are holding executive management positions, Many of them, you see, and they are also supervising for that matter. It means that at the time, the program itself was impactful. But I feel that 10 years later, that strategy, it's exhausted. It's no longer fit for purpose. And it's my opinion that it's better to have less than 100 postdoctoral fellows, but you are focusing on the impact rather than having more than 500 postdoctoral fellows and there is no impact. After the 3 years, then they do what? They exit the system and they go and look for the postdoctoral fellowship elsewhere. I just think that we need, because sometimes we need to have a conversation with one another. I've already spoken about issues of financial sustainability, that it places the institution at higher risk. There is a lot of students at the undergrad level that are struggling, with funding, for example. So at some point, we need to be realistic and truthful with one another to say, but why can't we repurpose some of these fundings? So it's just one of the options and the thoughts that is out there. And I put it here, not directly to the postdoctoral fellows, but to our leaders, some of them who are here with us today, to say that when we discuss the strategies, these are some of the things that we need to look at them. And so I really think that, and the Prof was touching on just another important item here, the relationship between, and this, I think, it responds to how should a postdoctoral fellow position themselves, for example. I don't think primarily the relationship here is between the postdoctoral fellow and the institution, but between a postdoctoral fellow and a mentor. A mentor is the person that is a key to open all the doors. And I'm saying that strongly, believing that there is opportunity for everyone. Regardless of race, regardless of nationality, there's an opportunity. As long as the person is going to have a very good relationship with their mentor, is going to plan their scholarship in terms of identifying, example, higher impact factor journals, in terms of planning for the research grants, collaborations, and etc. like that. And I'm saying this because I know of many people in this size campus who came here without nothing at all. And I was sitting there in that postdoc office and I was capturing the postdoctoral fields. I'm sure that many of you here, I processed your contracts. But today, almost about 5-10 years later, and then you see these people, mentoring and all those type of things. And so it's very important, colleagues, not to go by the wave of what is being said in the corridors and etc. like that, but really to try and talk to the right people in terms of how to position yourself, how to align your scholarship and etc. like that. I mean, we've got colleagues from the NRF, we've got who are going to come and respond to some of your questions in terms of your ratings, in terms of your partnerships with the industries and so forth like that, because it's very, very, very important. And then again, it speaks of your scholarship as being a part of the society, because people really need to move away from this thing of doing their research in isolation, in corners. People need to foster collaborations. People need to foster co-authoring of articles, because lately what I've learned is that most of the funders, they no longer primarily focus on funding individuals, but they want to fund people that are positioning themselves or they are collaborating, their groups, because that is what they are fostering to do it, to advance. And it's something that postdoctoral fellows, we need to look at that. But then also, I think at the college level, Yes, there is a policy on the postdoctoral fellows, and I think the policy only speaks about research, co-supervision, and organizing some workshops. But I think to the limited extent, mentors, they can create teaching opportunities for the postdoctoral fellows, because it's of no use for someone to be in the system for 3 years. The only thing they know is doing research, yet they can't teach. Because we are training these people so that they can enter into teaching, into academic spaces. But how are these people going to do what? To succeed in the interviews if they can't respond to questions relating to teaching, modules, curriculum, and etc. like that. So it's something that I think at the college level they need to look into to ensure that we produce postdoctoral fellows that are all rounded. Yeah, I think maybe this one, then it can be directed to the policymakers, because I don't understand why, for example, postdoctoral fellows, permanent Unisa staff members, they are excluded from participating in the postdoctoral fellowship program. I don't understand it, because I'm saying this because I have appointed many people. Some of them, they are directors of the school. Some of them, they are executive deans of colleges in African countries. And they will take that sabbatical leave for the purpose of this postdoctoral fellowship program for 2 or 3 years. Their institutions, they give them permission to come and conduct a research. And these people, you can see that they leave Unisa having been empowered. But why can't we create that opportunity for the South African? But I think that one is for the people that are dealing with the strategies, because at the end of the day, if we are not careful, we will end up being the institution, being a country that is developing postdoctoral fellows for other countries. So yeah, I think it's something, but also the issue of the absorption, absorbing the postdoctoral fellows in the academic positions. As I was saying, it cannot be a strategy of just recruiting more than 500 postdoctoral fellows, yet we don't have a long-term strategy in terms of what we are going to do with these postdoctoral fellows. As I was saying, rather recruit less than 100 postdoctoral fellows, then know that this is a long-term strategy that we have. These people, they're going to be retained. And for those 100 postdoctoral fellows that are recruited, they would know that if I'm competitive, if I get the NRF rating, if I'm publishing in these international higher impact factor journals, if I'm getting the grants, if I'm supervising, if I'm competitive, I will be retained. But it defeats the spirit of a hard work if you are surrounded by more than 500 postdoctoral fellows. And so it just becomes, business as usual, whereby people, they'll come do their 3 years and leave. It's just not right. And it's also subject to exploitation. At another level, we need to have engagement with the mentors, because I know of the situation whereby mentors, they appear when they are recruiting a postdocs. The next time you're going to see them, it's when now they're submitting the outputs for the RIMS capturing. But throughout the year, they are nowhere to be found to supporting these postdoctoral fellows, because it's not just about conducting research, but it's also about ensuring that the skills are transferred to this person, so that tomorrow this person is able to do what? To be independent, and further transfer those skills to another person. I think something that needs to happen, I think, is that at the college level, they need to start fostering this notion of collaborations, research projects within the department, because it can be that the department will have, let's say, 30 academics, and everyone, they're just doing their research in silos and so forth like that. No, it can be. People need to start creating the research groups, research projects, and that way it's very easy to attract a lot of funding. It's very easy to do what? To also transfer a skill to the postdoc, because a postdoc can be here for almost 3 years, and they are only learning from one individual. A postdoc should be able to tap from different expertise, research skills, and etc. If a postdoc happened to be in a group project, something like that. So those are some of the things that people should not just be recruiting for the sake of recruiting, but it needs to be purposeful. So, colleagues, I'm just about to conclude now that the strategic focus of South African postdoctoral fellowship, as I was saying, it was more centered around the research and the capacity development. And you would have so there is a framework, for example, for the Department of Science and Innovation. And when these postdoctoral fellowship opportunities were being advertised, they were specifically or mainly focusing on the science, engineering, and technology. And one thing that I've always been vocal about was that a lot of the beneficiaries of this postdoctoral fellowship funding were in these traditional dominant institutions, your UCT, your Stellenbosch, and so forth like that. And, okay, I was just trying to look for a term, but there's what they call the National Innovation System. So the postdoctoral fellowship strategy, it seems to have been formulated focusing on the science, engineering, and technology to promote that. And that is why predominantly most of the beneficiaries of these PDF scholarships were the students from your historically leading institutions, your VETS, your UP, and the Western Cape institutions. And it's only just recently that we now begin to see this freestanding postdoctoral fellowship scholarship that it focuses on the humanities and social sciences. But historically, it was not there. But then, as I advance towards the conclusion, I really think that as a country, we need to develop the postdoctoral strategies that respond to the national question. The national question, it has to do with the issues of the socio-economic challenges in the society. So we need to have an impact, a societal impact in terms of our strategy, because if we don't do that, it just continues to be a business as usual. Even the little resources that we have as the institutions, for example, they are going to what is the word? They are going to deplete. They are going to deplete. So I will leave it at that, and other things I think I should be able to cover them during the Q&A session. Thank you very much.
I have to adjust this to my height. Thank you, Dr. Ndlovu, for such a wonderful presentation and just educating us on the different strategic purposes in different countries, and also giving our postdoc different inputs on how they can become sustainable leaders in research and in their communities. With that said, I would like to open up the floor for any comments and questions. We can take 2 or 3 questions. There's a question.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Dr. Ndlovu, for the presentation. You highlighted something that is very interesting, and I've always asking myself, but sometimes when there is no platform to discuss such, you ask yourself and answer yourself such questions. The issue of getting this postdoc into teaching and learning responsibilities, for me, that's very sustainable, because academia is not only about research. And hence, when they go for interviews, they excel well in research, but struggle in other sphere of academic. But in that argument, you have a contract, in their responsibilities, the contract indicate that they should be doing research. So who is responsible to learn teaching and learning if the contract says this? And us as academics, we do want to extend our hand and give them modules to mark and teach students and all that. So I'm not sure if we can do it or the contract needs to be changed. And if we change the contract, are they still called postdoc fellowship, or it's something else? But for me, what you have raised, it speaks to retention, it speaks to sustainability, and I second that, because what is the use of training people and yet you cannot absorb them in the system, And yet we are still crying that the employment rate in our country is high. So I don't know. Maybe you can answer me in terms of how do we approach this so that they are well equipped to the point that whenever that opportunity for them to enter the system come, it finds them ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. If I may just take that question. So I think it starts with the collective feeling by the mentors, for example, academics. And with that collective feeling, and then the engagement with the executive management of the college to say that this is the gap. The university is speaking about the retention, but yet these people, when it comes to teaching and they are underdeveloped. And then what do we do? So in our case at the Graduate School of Business Leadership, the role of the postdoctoral fellows is not just about publishing, but they also contribute in terms of the academic citizenship. So number one, yes, they co-supervise at the master's and doctoral level. Number two, they are also the scientific reviewers. So our doctoral students, they undergo, through different phases. And what our postdoctoral fellows do is that they serve as the scientific reviewers. It's more of like they operate hand in hand with the supervisor. So every time when a student writes a chapter, and then these postdoctoral fellows, they will then review, go through it, and just to strengthen that supervision capacity. And then they also do a limited teaching, because I think the most important thing as far as the policy is concerned is to ensure that that teaching, it does not come, for example, with the extra remuneration, unless otherwise a postdoc is externally funded. If the postdoc is externally funded, then a mentor can just write a memo to the external funder to say that some of the undertakings by the postdocs would be the following, and we seek exemption so that the postdoc can be remunerated for that extra load of teaching. But I really, and I believe strongly that a college needs to create that opportunity for the postdocs to do a limited teaching so that they also do have that experience. But it has to start with engagement at the research and the innovation committee level, and then the executive management of the committee, I'm sure, is something that they can think about.
There's another question down here.
Thank you for a good keynote speaker and good pointers that you have actually point out. And you want us to actually engage in that because those are very critical, I think, for us. I think for the college and also for the whole university and for the South Africa as a whole. I think what is the biggest challenge that we have in South Africa, and I'm happy that you are starting to take that and do the awareness so that we can resolve this issue, is that there's no proper strategy that help us to, as the university, to say this is how postdocs should function and this is how they should be articulated or maybe retained, or at the end of the program there are programs that they can take in a permanent position. We don't have that. There's no plan that advise the university to say, if you take 10 NRF postdocs, you have to appoint them. If you look at the NGAP program, it's very straightforward. Universities awarded the NGAP. The idea is that you groom those candidates until to a professor level and you appoint them as the university. So that system works very well. And that is why you can see that the research and the teaching and learning aligns very well. And that person, when they're done, they are a full associate professor. And we have a very good examples within our college that we have done that. But if you look at the postdoctoral program, fellowship program, it doesn't have that. And I think within the dinner space, we have been discussing about it at Unisa to say, perhaps we need that kind of a strategy that would help us to say, if we have this 400 postdoc, what is the plan about for Unisa? Unisa needs to have a plan to say, although maybe we may not take all 400, but at least 300 will retain them and fill the academic position, as we're already always talking about 33% to 67% admin and academic. So that could help us. But I want to go back to what you have just alluded to the Europe and the US. Those programs, how it works for them, I think it could also work for us. We haven't, if you look at Europe, especially the UK, you look at, the other time we were just, giving an example about the whole Egypt is in UK. If you think about it, because the whole museum of British Museum, it has the whole Egypt a history. So we actually allowing our African epistemology being somewhere else and embrace somewhere else because we don't have proper strategy. Maybe this is the time that Africa itself and South Africa say that if we're identifying these postdocs, there should be skill gap first that we want to close within our industry. If it's in agriculture, we have the land, and what are we doing? Is it the entrepreneurship that we need to do, and then we harness those kind of results. So there is not that, and I believe that as universities, I'm grateful that NRF is here. Maybe when we're trying to relook into this and the postdoctoral fellows program, we need to revisit that and see how best we do that. But we appreciate the pointers because what you gave us, it then allow us to say, we're not yet ready to host this. As much as we're increasing, we don't have plans for them, and that's a problem.
Yeah, no, absolutely, Prof. I think you have said it very mouthfully, Prof. Because, it's very a bit peculiar that in the South African context or African context in general, you'd still have African scholars or African researchers that would say, I'm going to UK to access a particular archive, and that archive, it's telling a story about Africa, if you understand what I'm trying to say. So it's a bit strange that I would go, for example, to UK to say, I'm going to research about the University of South Africa, being at UK. We really need to interrogate that, but then again, in terms of the strategy of UK as far as the postdoctoral scholarship is concerned, they have achieved. Number two, Prof, I think we are still very much at the infancy stage, and that is why I'm saying there is a need to revisit our strategy. Because then again, when you look at the likes of the University of Cape Town, Stellenbosch, their postdoctoral fellows are not funded internally by the institution. Almost about 95%, they're funded from the external grants. Whereas here at Unisa, almost 95% are funded internally. There's just something wrong. And with that model of external funding, that is why those institutions, even their research department or a central office, is not really focusing on regulating in terms of the policies, this and that, but is there just to do what? For reporting purpose. A lot of research is happening at the centers, department level. So they don't have this bureaucracy that we have here at Unisa. Everything, they've got a full autonomy at the level of the departmental level. That is why those mentors, when they recruit with a purpose, not just recruiting. That is why even you will never, it's rare that you come across a postdoctoral fellow from UCT still looking for another PDF fellowship in another institution. It's because they are recruiting purposefully. Whereas in our case at Unisa, we are just recruiting for the sake of recruiting. Your Stellenbosch, I think Stellenbosch, they are mostly focusing on research outputs and also the DET funding that emanate from these research outputs. So almost 90%, even them, in terms of the funding, they are funded from your NRF and external. And as a result, if a postdoc, it's expected to produce 2 research output units, which equates to 260,000. And currently, I think they're sitting at around 560 postdoctoral fellows. Then you multiply 560 with 260,000. Then in terms of the fiscus, then I think that is their focus in terms of their fiscus. Stellenbosch is a strategy that is working for them. But then again, look at your University of Johannesburg, for example. University of Johannesburg, primarily what they are looking at the rankings. And so what they are doing, they are recruiting postdoctoral fellows, they are recruiting research fellows, they are recruiting even academics. And all these people that they are recruiting, they then contract them to specifically target certain niche areas, catalytic niche areas that have to do with the 4th Industrial Revolution. So every researcher at UJ, they are mobilized to publish on these international higher impact factor journals. So that is why even when it comes to the ranking of the institution, because their publications, they are in one place and they are in those higher impact factor journals. That is why they are able to do what? To retain a better rankings. Whereas in the case of Unisa, in terms of the research output units, we are way, way, way above all those institutions combined. And we are also publishing in some of the most elite international journals. But because you also have these very large proportions of the researchers that are publishing in these entry point journals, that works against the institution. We have, I think Unisa has less than 10 research chairs. And how many academic staff composition we have? We are sitting at around 7,000 or so. Yet we have less than 10 research chairs. Whereas UJ has a staff composition of about 2,000, but they're sitting on top of 60 plus research chairs. So it's something that I think we need to look at it. Thank you so much.
Yes. Please, let's give a hand of applause to Dr. Ndlovu. Thank you once again, Dr. Ndlovu, for such a wonderful presentation. I would like to invite our first guest speaker, Ms. Edith Sikumo. Ms. Edith Sikumo graduated with a master's degree in gender studies from the University of KwaZulu-Natal. She has experience in the gender mainstream field, the science policy, interface, and research grants management space. Presently, she is the acting manager, emerging researcher program in the Next Generation and Emerging Researchers Directorate within the NRF, where she's also overseeing the freestanding innovation and scarce skills postdoctoral fellowship funding instrument within the emerging researcher programs.
Now, good morning, colleagues. Thank you so much. I think the presentations that have been provided earlier on just lend itself well to where I'm going to now come in, and thanks to the two previous speakers. So as indicated, my name is Edith Sikumo. Earlier on, Prof gave me a doctorate for free, which I'm going to take, but still come back and undertake the studies. But I'm with the NRF. I don't come with money. So please, in the parking lot, do not look for me. But I think then it makes sense, sort of, from where I'm going to now begin presenting, to balance the roles between a national funder, which the NRF is, but also assist potential applicants in the room, given that we have postdoc fellowship and postdoc fellows, emerging researchers, as well as mentors, so that we can lend ourselves towards submitting applications that will be successful for funding, because that's what the next question is. Where do I get funding? And to do this research that then has impact. But also then give an indication of, as a funder, what is our headspace as the NRF, and not touch on everything, but just sort of these buzzwords: impact, sustainability, innovation, engaged research, and futures, because that is what the topic is for today. But also, what is your next as a postdoc or as an emerging researcher? And so that's where sort of my presentation is going to fall in line. So this is the outline. We'll speak about the mandate of the NRF, not making the assumption that all of us know who the NRF is, although we should, given that we are all looking for funding to undertake research. And then touch on a few issues that we think are systemic challenges affecting PDRF's postdoc fellowships, postdoc fellows, and ERs, emerging researchers, because you're almost in the same academic sort of space. And then also speak to some career pathways and planning, because that should happen for postdocs as well as our ERs, and some of these instruments within the NRF space that can assist you to do so, but also give a sense in terms of what the NRF is advancing as a research impact agenda. So hopefully this will assist you in terms of, as you craft and think about your next, as Prof was saying, how can you then, within the NSI space, better engage? So within who the NRF is, if we position ourselves within the National System of Innovation, we are a statutory body. We established through an Act of Parliament, and so our mandate is embedded in 4 different areas. The first is to advance knowledge, and knowledge in all fields, not just STEM or whatever it is, as previously used in the past, but STEM and the humanities, given that we want to have a holistic sense of what knowledge is. But we do so through support for research, through our grants and bursaries for our students and researchers, as well as providing the funding for research infrastructure platforms and research equipment. And equipment is from your small equipment to your big equipment that's worth probably 15 million and above. The second one is transforming lives, because we realize that given our country's history, we come from a history that had exclusions, and so we still, if Prof was speaking to in terms of this transformation agenda, has clouded some way of thinking. We still have to balance scientific merit, but also realizing that our country's history still has a place to play, and we're aiming then to have an equitable research space. And so then we fund our programs through equity targets that are well indicated in all our frameworks, both within the postgraduate space as well as all the other research categories. We also aim to inspire a nation, and we don't just undertake science for science, because we, as Prof said again, we conduct science in communities and within communities. And so then how do we then have this balance in terms of engaged research, where we take back whatever we've done in the lab into the communities, and then, at the end of it all, then gear up for impact. And so then one of these ways is then through science communication, science engagement, science awareness, and ensuring that our researchers then also impact communities in that way and share their science, and not just undertake science in silos and in our labs, in the institutions, and the ivory tower we're breaking down those ivory tower images. And then lastly, because we work within the system, and we have the data, we engage with from different ends, whether it's just from funding or what we see within the environment, that we can then build partnerships with our different partners, both in government and out of government, with industry, external partners as well, and use our information in terms of data to then meet between the science policy interface. And when we fund in this way, we don't just fund willy-nilly. It's through data analytics and saying this is where we want to project the country, or because of what's happening currently in the science system. And so that is how we operate. Again, this is a big thing still, transformation in terms of not just the research cohort, but also what research is being produced, who is doing this research, where is it being conducted, and what knowledge is being produced. And so there is impact across the different pathways, and want to engender that. So the first, obviously, is the equity profiles of our researchers, because we still need to do that. Even with work being done in the last 30 years of the country's independence, there's still a lot to be done in terms of not just racial and gender targets, but also in terms of the aging professoriate, but also realizing, given that what we've done in the past has also enabled a space where there's now this dividend of emerging researchers. What do we do with these emerging researchers so that they can then step up to the next plane? We also then transform the knowledge enterprise in terms of how we produce knowledge. As I said, where do we fund? Who do we fund? Do we fund humanities 20%? Do we fund STEM 80%? And so getting this balance right to ensure that we respond to national imperatives. We also then again transform society and science relationships through science communication and engagement, because we want to not work in silos, but also work within the communities where we conduct research. And lastly, internally, as an organization, we need to preach, we need to speak what we preach. And so then we do this through various sets of choices and implications, through various policy frameworks, through various reports that we work with our parent department, the STI. And so you'll see, if you go through the NRF website, take a moment and look at all the frameworks that are published. You'll see that we whatever we say we want to do, that there is thought behind it, and we then publicize and not keep this hidden, because we want to ensure that whoever we fund knows what the NRF is thinking, and some of these are through the research framework to align with DST decadal plan, because that's where we are looking at, given that we are working towards achieving some of these set goals by the government, given that we are a public funder and we use public funds. So we need to and then fund within that way. We also have a research impact framework. Again, the big thing in terms of the topical issue for today, our futures. And so then the NRF research impact framework is a key guide as well for ourselves and for yourselves as researchers in the room. And then also how we resource the NRF mandate, because we realize we do get lots of, majority of our funding is from government, but then it's not enough. And so then we need to actually have additional partners to fund in areas where there are no restrictions, and we can fund across the board. So just looking at where we sit in terms of where the PDRF funding sits, this is within the REISA division, and you'll see or one of the eyes in a big sort of red, because we used to be REISA in the past, just research, innovation, support, and advancement. And the last 2 years or so, then so we'd focus on impact, yes, but not as grounded as we do so now. And so then REISA and having the impact, then within however we fund our different instruments. And so the PDRF research cohort sits within the Next Gen and Emerging Researchers Unit of the REISA funding division. And so we are a multidisciplinary funding division. We support, promote, and advance creation of knowledge and all fields of knowledge, not just within the different cocoons. We do this through research funding, so we actually give the money for research, but also indicating what was saying, what the question is: how do we ensure that a researcher then has all these facets where they do research, they do teaching, and they do community engagement. And so then we have components of different funding instruments, especially for emerging researchers and PDRFs, where we support capacity development, and you can then have students under yourself, and you can then improve your track record, but also give back in that sense in terms of academic scholarship, but also funding research infrastructure across the different funding instruments. So looking at where we are positioned, the Next Gen and Emerging Researcher unit, and PDRFs fall within this unit, the idea is that we've segmented this category so that then we can then support Next Gen, this is your honors, master's, doctoral, for them to then sort of catapult into your PDRFs and the emerging researcher space and become established researchers in the next 10 or 15 years. And so we have different instruments within the Next Gen space where we're aiming to do so. And this is sort of the suite of instruments. Not all, because some sit across the different funding, different units, but at the very least within the Next Gen space, then this is what we support through our funding instruments. So looking at just career pathways for PDRFs and emerging researchers for impact. And impact is described differently. So we'll speak about that later. But the question first is, who is an ECR? Because if we don't know who, so this is PDRF and ECR. If we don't know who we are and what we are gearing up towards, then we lose, what we need to do. And we don't understand why do we need to teach research and then also still do community engagement. And so then we fall in terms of, maybe I'll just focus on research only and then, not focus on teaching. And the questions that colleagues were asking before, that if there's no policy, why should I do it? But because the system demands that, would that stop you? And so if we define who an emerging researcher is, then we see from, is it my left? My left, yeah, going right. Because that is the idea, that you are at this level. Once you finish your PhD studies, you are an emerging researcher, or PDRF, because then you do a postdoc for a couple of years, and then you become a mid-career researcher and scholar. Then you move on, or sometimes people actually move on from just PhD into exceptional emerging researcher, if you then have the outputs for that level, and then on to an advanced career researcher, and then leading researcher and scholar, your research chairs, and so on. But you'll see across the different academic sort of streams, there are different descriptors of who these people are. So you get to know, and this is not casting stones, so don't call the CEO and tell NRF CEO, Edith came and said that because I'm not doing this, I'm not a PDRF. This is just our thinking in terms of how can we describe and ensure that people at these different stages know what we're supposed to do, or what, how would I then, gear up the sort of the outputs to ensure that I'm in line with where I need to be. And so NRF also supports sort of these activities, and you see, as we're talking about the rankings, so if you're Y-rated where you are, if you're P-rated where you are, and then getting into A ratings on the far end. So it just gives you a sense of, do I need to produce outputs? Do I need to publish? Do I need to teach? Do I need to engage with communities? Because part of these descriptors all lend themselves to doing that. We don't expect someone who's at the beginning of a PDRF to have a high track record in terms of where you supervise students, but at the very least you began doing so, either between a master's and an honor student, that you have a few of those you begin to supervise, and then once you move on into the mid-career researcher level, you're now collaborating with different partners, you're now in good standing in terms of your own research, you're publishing, but also then you're increasing your track record in terms of supervision. So, and across the board and so on. But once you get to the tail end, impact becomes a big thing, because then it shows that whatever you're doing, whatever outputs you're producing then have international standing and acclaim. And so then it's not just as your track record per se, but it's your give back to community. And so impact becomes one of those critical things as you work across your career pathway. So still, as we fund, because we are a funder, we still have to look at what the system is saying to us. And so this, some of these schematic images were from a 2018 DHET publication, still relevant, because we've been doing a few things to try and change the status quo, but still relevant today if you look at what is happening at institutions. And so the first and the fourth schematic images speak to the gender and racial representation of our lecturer cohorts at the institutions. And you'll see, if you look at the gender-racial divide, it's still not sitting well. And then just recently, our NRF-rated researchers, as well as later as 2024, we need to just update that to this year. Again, if you're talking about our leading scholars, then again you see that if at the tail end, at the start end of our emerging researchers, if things are not right there, we'll end up with the same statistics in the next 10 years. So what are we doing as a funder to ensure that there is that research equity for impact in that sense? And not research output, but impact within the research cohort as well. So when we speak about impact, for us, we look at impact from different pathways, but also the national drive to increase percentages of doctoral qualified staff in the higher education sector from a baseline of 34% in 2012 to 75% in 2030, and in 2025, which is 5 years towards that goal. What are our numbers looking at? And so you can see that for us, sometimes impact is a different sort of way of looking at things than what someone engaged in research is looking at. But it all sort of is all important. Again, coming down to now where your level is, PDRFs and emerging researchers, what are the barriers for progression? Because you cannot stay playing in the same pool, you need to jump to the ocean. And so then we need to understand as a funder, what are the issues you're grappling with? So then we can assist you to then, do the jump or the leap into the other side of the pond. And so looking again at a 2018 study by DHET, still again relevant, what are some of these barriers? And the bigger chunks were just no time for research, because you're sipped into administrative admin work, you have that workload, you have undergraduate teaching as a workload as well. So then, how do you then have time for research if you don't have this time set aside? But also a big thing, there's just no money for research. So then if you have all these things that you're facing, how do you then become a leading researcher and scholar? And so as in the way that we fund, then we look at all these things at the back of our mind and say, how can we then address and help address some of these challenges to ensure that our emerging researchers and PDRFs then can then step into the next stage of their academic careers. And so our support as the NRF in terms of the academic pipeline, we are hoping that if we fund you at the next generation space, your honors, master's, doctoral, and you do well and you apply, then you can also then get you into the emerging researcher space through a postdoc or our other emerging researcher instruments, and then next on established researcher space instruments, and then you're leading scholar programs, your research chairs, your COEs, and also now what Prof was saying, we are now working towards those collaborative programs through our thematic funding instruments at the established researcher space, where we are saying you don't work within a silo, you actually build teams, and you apply for big funding, maybe I think it's between 5 million and above at the moment. And so then we are then expected as PDRFs to then join within these teams and work collaboratively as well. So looking at a postdoc career pathway planning, this just means what do I need to do at this level? Or if I get a postdoc funding, what am I using this funding for? And half the time we realize that most of our postdoc fellows don't have that career pathway planning for themselves. And so then you need to actually just gear up yourself to say within this, because NRF is 2 years postdoc funding, and then a second cycle, another 2 years in a different research area. So if you have 4 years of a postdoc funding, at the end of the 4 years, what do I need to have achieved? And this ensures that you have sort of a comprehensive training program for those 4 years, if you do it well enough. And the issue of, as Prof was saying earlier on, having a mentor who understands and knows that, it's not a competition, it's collaborative, it's co-creation, and so then we are building the next generation of researchers. And so then it's a time for you as a postdoc to have space to then build yourself as an independent researcher. And this is through having your own research focus, independent of your supervisor, still under mentorship, but then you're building your own focus as a researcher. You're producing your own research outputs, either as a lead researcher or a co-author as well with the supervisor and others. But then these outputs focus on social, economic impact and not just research for research's sake, although we do encourage blue sky thinking as well. But you're also the element of training and increasing your track record. You're giving back as well, that academic citizenship. Then you're also mentoring and supervising students, even if there is no policy at Unisa as yet. But because we know that this is an expectation between amongst the ERs, then you actually begin doing it, and then improve your track records as well. You, at this rate, you're also networking and collaborating with amongst different partners, not just the academic space. We're now thinking engaged research. You're going out to communities, you're speaking to industry, speaking to NGOs, speaking to other people who are having these issues. And so you're building different networks across different streams, but your own networks under your own leadership. But you're also then, other than the grant from the PDRF side, you're actually then increasing your grantmanship skills. You're now beginning to apply for your own independent grants so that then you can then again fashion out your own research area, and you can then apply for Tutuka, BAP, and become an independent researcher through those initial funding instruments. But you're still giving back, and the admin never stops. So you're still doing admin, you're still doing that, but this also builds your managerial skills. If you're working within a big collaborative program, we need to manage and project manage those programs. So this also helps you to build your own project management skills and admin skills as well. And again, a big factor, science communication. Then you communicate your science to the public and also gear up that way. So we see this unfolding in terms of what exposure we want our PDRFs to have with the funding that's given for the first 2 years, that you are actually engaging with comprehensive research. You have a research program for the next 2 years, but that means that you publish 2 outputs per year. Then you're doing that. You have your planning set with you. That is 2 outputs a year, 1 international conference, 1 local conference, and then so that you have your diary set. You undertake teaching activities as indicated, and you then build proficiency with your track record and the other activities. But also now, as you do so from the PDRF stage, you're becoming an emerging researcher, because we realize that being an emerging researcher as well, what does that mean for you? If you ever took a grant, a BAP grant, what are you supposed to do within that space? Or if you don't have one at the moment, when you make the applications for these grants, what does it mean? What does the period mean for you? So we think from the NRF side, As an emerging researcher, there are different characteristics, as indicated before in terms of the descriptors. These things, they lend themselves to activities that we must actually engage with. So the first is being research active, and that's very important because you are in academia. So again, you are establishing your own research program and research group through your own funding. So you then begin applying for Tutuka, BAP, and have your own funding and begin to describe what you want to do. You then publish in high impact journals and increase and improve your track record. You then develop your own career research plan. The next 5-10 years, I want to be a Sachi chair. But what are you doing to then become a Sachi chair? What funding instruments will assist you to become a Sachi chair? You develop your own international research standing through engaging in different conferences, and this is a start locally. We find that with some PDRFs whom we fund as the NRF, if you look at the progress reports, within the 2 years of funding, that no one has actually attended even a local conference, and that is worrying. So if you cannot even attend a local conference, then it means that even your local standing as a researcher is not then set. So then you're looking at local conferences, but also international conferences, and we also provide funding for that, for that support. But as you go for these conferences, you don't just present. Then you meet different researchers. You can benchmark your research. You can then get collaborative networks and begin forming your own collaborative networks independent of your supervisor. And then we also then say this, make a contribution towards research. You supervise, you will engage in activities outside your own academic circles. This means if you are in, maybe say chemistry, there is the chemistry professional networks. So you actually are a member of that network, and you can then have different ways in which you then engage your research, either with industry or other partners, as well as other activities. You also then engage with other stakeholders, and not just the academia. This is your sponsors, this is the public at large, other alumni, and other funders as well, because then you're building that network. Again, science awareness becomes a big thing. And the last one is science integrity. So through all these expectations, that you remain true to the ethics of science, because there is, with all these expectations, the shortcuts that we want to undertake. So transparency, ethics, and opening your own research to scrutiny becomes important. So within whatever we do, that we do so from an ethical standpoint, and the goal is that from an emerging researcher, we become leading researchers and scholars. So as indicated, these are not the full suite of instruments, but just to show or give an indication that actually one can utilize NRF funding instruments to actually build their careers and become that leading scholar, but also one that then has impact within the different segments as we have indicated. I saw this on the Unisa website, so this is quite cool, that there is actually a guide in terms of how your own researchers can utilize NRF instruments within the different thematic areas at, I think it's the School of Chemistry, how they can utilize NRF instruments to then get funding and do so. So this was just by the way that I stumbled upon from the Unisa website. So within, again, impact in terms of, as a funder, not just impact in terms of what your research output is going to produce, but how do we impact the system? Because as a funder, we realize that there are those challenges that we have indicated, but how do we fund for impact to ensure that we, if we speak about transformation, that we actually have Black, female, disabled researchers who are enabled within the system. So we do so to them different means. Some of these I'll just describe briefly. And the first is the provision for extension of tenure. So if an instrument, for instance, is 2 years of funding, and you find with a female researcher that you get pregnant, you have to go and leave, then there is provision with some instruments. Postdoc has that provision where we give you 4 extra months. So once you take maternity leave, then we give you 4 extra months of funding to ensure that you don't drop out and you don't lose those that period. So some of our instruments have begun doing that to cater for those who want to take family responsibility leave and still engage in research. We also then, within, I think, the last 5 years or so, give space within our applications templates, where if you've taken time off research for various reasons, it could be family responsibility, it could be took sabbatical to do something, that you can explain that period of research away from active research, so that you don't lose funding. Because with some instruments, there are criteria. So say we took our BAP, the age cut is 45. So if you are an older researcher, you can still, with through motivation, still access that instrument. We also want to close the gender gap. This has always been there, and it's still a target that we'll still continue engaging with. So all our frameworks have, I think, we are sitting at now 55% that we need to fund all our applications at 55% for women, and then I think some between 80 and 90 for our black researchers, and black is African, Indian, colored. We also, as indicated, what we were talking about earlier on, if you don't have time to actually do the research, but also to supervise. If you don't have that capacity, what then happens? So with some of our instruments, we actually do provide the support, where we say if you are a Tutuka researcher, then we provide you up to 3 students and do fund those students so you can begin building up your track record as a supervisor. So you can have an honors, master's, doctoral student and actually supervise them to the tail end. So we began doing that across our different emerging researcher instruments, your BAP, wide-rated researcher, I think NGAP as well, and our Tutuka program. So we are doing that for our emerging researchers. But we also want to ensure that those who don't have a PhD and they are at the emerging researcher space, but I think all of us in the room have PhDs, then we can then support those who don't have PhDs through our different PhD track sessions for our Tutuka and BAP instruments. We also then ensure that a big thing that we saw was time of research, because you want to increase your research outputs, and if there's no time for that, then what do? So our BAP instrument, for instance, has funding for time of release, and you can then go off a sabbatical and then get someone to replace you for a period between 6 months and 3 years to focus on your research activities and outputs. So then back to now, how do we define impact as a NRF? Again, it's ongoing discussions, so this is not cast in stone. We're still getting a sort of experience from different partners, but also the field itself and the NSI space in terms of what is impact. And it's one of those sort of issues we can keep talking about the whole day. So we indicate that impact must be context relevant. So it's for the NRF, it's depending on our context as a funder, but still because we fund researchers within the NSI space, then it must match. And so then we see impact as a beneficial change in society. Given that our funding comes from the public purse, there should be impact in the society. And this impact could be brought about either by direct funding or indirect funding, meaning that it could be either in the short term or long term. So impact isn't just what happens today. In the next 10 years, you could still have impact from your own research. And this impact as well is either planned or unplanned. Some things in the field happen which you don't anticipate, but it's still impact. And so then the full scope of what impact then needs to be taken into account. But we see impact in 2 major ways: societal impact, to add value to society, but also knowledge impact about the outputs, about our understanding, about the methodologies that are produced, and so on. So we do this through our NRF research impact agenda, and it would be good if, as people in the room who are in research, engage with our framework so then you can understand as a funder what NRF sees impact as, and ensure that you gear up your research and your outputs towards understanding what the NRF sees impact as. But also, why an impact agenda, and why then should we focus on impact? Because part of the understanding is that because we're investing in you as a researcher, but also you yourself, given your time as investing in research, what are you supposed to do? This is supposed to produce knowledge within the NSI space, but also societal benefit as well. And we then amended our vision to ensure that in the next sort of 5 years, so Vision 2030, that we have research for a better society, because we don't do research in a silo. So then we then ensure that however we fund as an NRF, that there is benefit for the society, but also we contribute this knowledge and scientific research for national development. So national imperatives come into play. As Prof was saying earlier in the morning, SDGs, Agenda 2063 become important to also then indicate as you do your own research. So the impact pathways that we describe are through various ways. And at each of these stages, there could be impact, but then impact also could be seen later on. So your inputs are the very first port of call. Also indicate who the partners are, what are you going to, who are you actually engaging with in terms of when you speak about your inputs. Different activities in terms of what are you doing with communities around you or just within the lab. Your outputs as well should speak to this engaged research. Are you just producing high impact journals, or do you also publish in sort of your mainstream media? Are you producing policy documents that then you can respond to national imperatives, but also then lastly, that we then speak just about impact as its own sense, positive and sustainable impact in the entire space. So part of these assumptions and principles as a funder that we see is that we still see transformation as a critical element. This is both, I said, within the researcher sort of equity space, but also what kind of knowledge that we produce. We also see that we have to be keen about scientific rigor. We don't just talk of transformation and equity without ensuring that whatever we do as research meets scientific rigor. We also then engage with different partners across a different stream, not just academia, but industry as well as government and different other players. But we also then reward and incentivize you for achieving impact. And within the NRF, this is through other NRF systems where we rate you as a researcher and ensure that then we reward you if you're producing outputs that have impact as well. But also we began showcasing case studies. So if you look at the NRF website, then we speak of whoever we funded and whatever they're achieving, then we produce these case studies to ensure that these stories are known across the different platforms. So I won't speak to this. I've spoken about science engagement and engaged research. But then lastly, what then, for the NRF, different impact pathways for where our PDRFs and emerging researchers then end up. Because not all of us end up in academia, although that's the first pool. But then what are alternative pathways for our different PDRFs and emerging researchers where they can still play a part in terms of ensuring that the impact that they do is felt across the board? How do we monitor and ensure that whatever we are doing now has impact within the system? And so then looking beyond just academia, if you come in as a postgraduate student, your honors, master, doctoral, as I said, within the emerging researcher space, what instruments can you then undertake? We have the postdoc fellowships and then our normal emerging researcher instruments, but also there are those who then are within the research professional stage. You're a technician, you're in the lab, but then you still have to contribute and ensure that we assist you. So we have the instrument that assists these guys as well. But also then moving out of that space then, what are the next career advancement stages for you? You could then go into academia as we know it, or you could then actually undertake work within the policy space. And we have a policy postdoc. I think the second phase now opened this year. And so then policy and the science policy interface becomes a different pathway as well for one to undertake research and still give impact, but also link you into industry. And we began doing this with industry partners. We have the Sasol Innovation Postdoc Policy to ensure that that also can become a different stream, a different pathway for our researchers. And at the end of it all, if you stay in academia, the end game is that they become a Sachi chair or just a leading scholar. You can also then give back within national facilities, the Temba Labs, your Scion. You can become an industry player, get into industry, but also become an entrepreneur. And that's an area we don't think about. So it's an area that we also want to begin contributing into, and in the policy space as well, and get into the policy area. So just flighting this, because our calls will open next year in February. So please engage our funding frameworks, the application guide, and be complicit in terms of whatever is required. That is the link for the frameworks that we provide. They do change every year and are updated, so please just check the website. But also then our deadlines as well. We open in February, close in about mid-April. And then contact details for colleagues within the emerging researcher space. If you have any interest, then you can contact any colleague that then is indicated on the board. Thank you.
Please, let's give another hand of Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Edith, for such a lovely presentation. Please note that we will take all our 4 guest speakers, and then once they are all done, we'll have a panel discussion that will be facilitated by Prof. Ntwasa. So please take note of your comments or any questions that you might have for them. Up next, I would like to call Dr. Samkelisiwe Klope Gininza. Dr. Samkelisiwe Klope is an agricultural scientist and assistant research manager at the Water Research Commission in South Africa. She leads a national food security program focused on water, food, and nutrition security, providing strategic oversight and promoting innovative, sustainable agricultural systems. With a doctorate in aquaculture and a strong background in agriculture and animal science, she bridges the gap between research and practice to advance climate-resilient food systems. Dr. Klope also serves on an international expert groups addressing climate change, antimicrobial resistant and greenhouse gas emissions. Driven by passion to empower vulnerable communities and promote equity, she is committed to turning science into a real-world solution for a food, secure, and sustainable future. Thank you.
They are helping me. Thank you so much. Thanks, Asi, for the introduction, and thank you for the invite. She is being very strict on me. She says she'll be holding a black card if it's 5 minutes. All right, but thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I think, as introduced, with my background in agriculture, animal science, but my doctorate then ended up in aquaculture, and I find myself at the Water Research Commission. She's helping me set up my presentation. I like to think of myself as an extension officer at heart. So that helps me in where I find myself sitting, bridging the gap between science and what is then translated, or how we impact the society. I think a lot has been said. The table has been laid nicely for me in terms of the work. I think if I do it like this, it moves. All right. Okay, as mentioned, I'm from the Water Research Commission, and just a little bit of introduction on who we are. The Water Research Commission was established under the Water Research Act of 1971. So we are strong over 50 years, but our main mandate really was to establish this commission that will address water scarcity and also promote coordinated water research and development in South Africa. The establishment of the Water Research Commission came after a major drought in South Africa, which found us unprepared. And the country then came up with a commission really to focus on water. We have other institutions, as my colleague came earlier on, like the NRF and other funding institutions, but water research, I think I must move a little bit. Tell me if you can't hear me. Yeah, but water research was established really with a focus or a lens in water and water management. So our core functions are to coordinate and promote water research development and innovation, as well as identify water needs and priorities in the country. And then once we've identified those, we then fund them, we stimulate research in those critical areas, and what we are now focusing 50 years on, we are putting on a bigger focus on is to now facilitate the transfer of knowledge and technology dissemination, so that as well as enhancing knowledge and capacity building which is what my presentation will be looking on, just the last part today, maybe a little bit, in how we then help with the capacity building in the water sector as well. All right, where are we finding ourselves? We are finding ourselves as a country that is one of the, or in the top water-stressed countries. Even our projections project that we're still going to be water-stressed, which means we then need to rethink how we are using our water, how we are engaging with the different industries. I've mentioned I'm with a agriculture lens. I'm glad this is a School of Agriculture, so my bias towards agriculture will not be frowned upon. But really, we're looking at the projections. How are we going to survive going into the future? South Africa's water demand is expected to outstrip supply by 17% in the very, very near future. So moving. Oh, no, okay, this is not my laptop. I'm like, who's calling? All right, no, thanks. Okay, sorry for that, I was looking here. But anyway, we need then to look at how we can address these challenges. Agriculture, being our favorite, is also the most user of water, using up to 60% of available water used in agriculture, and most of it doesn't find its way back into the system. So we need to then rethink on how we are going to ensure that we not only reduce the amount of water that we use in this sector, but we also increase the food that we produce. So that is a very nice dynamic that we find ourselves in. And that is a space that I really call upon our researchers to look into. Let's reduce the amount of water we use, but we have a very pressing mandate to increase the production that we have as well, because we have other competing uses for this. We have increasing population that is coming up. So these are some of the challenges. Now I know. So these are some of the challenges that we are then experiencing. We have increased climate pressures. We have increasing severe drought and floods as well. So we have all these unpredictable climatic conditions that are coming, and we need to be prepared. So we are looking at moving towards a resilient future. So I think some of these that I am starting off with before I get to how we then support and do capacity building is to look at what are the challenges. So in this, I am hoping that we then get to see how each of our research areas fit in and how we can then focus our research where you can find yourself in these different spaces. So I look at the drivers of change. What is it that drives us to do the research that we're doing? I've spoken about climate change, rapid urbanization. How is our research responding to those drivers of change? We need agricultural expansion. We need to increase, I talked about, we need to increase production, but arable land is limited. So we need to rethink how we do agriculture. We need to start planting vertically. We need to start planting in greenhouses. We need to think about the shrinking fruit basket. I think the Dean, when she was talking here earlier on, spoke about the more people get money, the more they move to fast food, and that is reducing our basket. Previously, we'd go and forage, we'd go and get mifinos in the field, and that will diversify our diets. But now our diets are limited to what is offered at Spar or Pick n Pay. So we need to then think about how do we get those nutritious foods into those food chains, so that then we don't just sit with a shrinking food basket. So as researchers, we need to then think. I like what my colleague said earlier on about then looking at entrepreneurship, looking at how do we get ourselves into that space. So those are the drivers of change, and that then leads me to the next, if I look there now, I'll start struggling with left and right. But that one that now look at all of these bring risk to our livelihoods. They bring risk to the environment as well. So we need to then think transformatively into solutions. Now, the solutions that we're looking at are these ones. Towards me, we're looking at resource security. We're looking at having water security as a country. Our first slide did not paint a good picture, but it's doable. We need to look at energy security. We need to look at food security. We need, as a society, to adapt for our farmers, for our stakeholders, to be resilient and to adapt into some of the things that we can't change. Climate change effects that we cannot really change, but we must adapt and be resilient against those things. So we are not, the shocks as they come, they don't then destabilize the whole thing. And ultimately, end up with improved livelihoods and better nutrition. That will then also tackle the lifestyle diseases that comes with shrinking food baskets. So one of the things that we have supported as a Water Research Commission for the past almost 15 years is the WEF, Water, Energy, Food Nexus. That is where I think in the Water Research Commission has different categories. So I am leaning onto the agriculture one, but we do have industrial and mining. We do have sanitation, with the Department of Water and Sanitation being our mother body. So we do a lot of work in that space as well, in terms of new sanitation technologies and advances in that space as well, and in other spaces. But our focus for today will be on the agriculture and on the WEF space. So looking at the WEF resources, we're looking at, I've spoken about water security. South Africa faces these physical challenges due to population growth, due to reduced rainfall that we're receiving because of climate change and other effects. And also then with food, with energy insecurity, with coal being our must or our major source of energy, we need to now move towards other sources of energy. We are moving, I think. I think that should be acknowledged. The sector is moving slowly but surely into other sources of energy that are much more sustainable and will probably then assist us. Because when you look at food security and food insecurity, we need those two. We need the water, we need the energy for for us to be able to produce enough food. So with that, it is not all doom. We are not sitting and holding an atlas of doom. So I will rush through this. I have seen something in terms of time. So, but anyway, we'll engage. I'll be here. We'll have the discussion, so that's fine. But WEF as a concept in itself is just moving away from our silos that we are very much comfortable in, especially as academics, but to looking at a multi-focal lens. I think when the keynote address was given, we talked about funders looking at funding consortiums, funders looking at not just funding one researcher, but we're looking at funding different people, different scholars, because now we want to look at different lenses. You can't tell me that we want to increase food production. We are the agriculture people. We want to plant so many hectares, but where are you going to get the water? Where are you going to get the energy for that? So we need to then think about all of these sectors. So that WEF allows us to do that. And we're part of a WEF global community, or WEF Nexus community. If you are interested in being part of that, please, you can scan that, take a picture, but then that allows you, it just allows you to be in a group with other scholars, not just in South Africa, but all around the globe. And that is a really good community in terms of now where to find collaboration. We know that your network becomes your net worth in research and elsewhere as well. But then this is where you're able to network and participate in these research spaces. Intervention. With all of that, we have these intervention strategies. I will not go through all of them. I will just look at sustainable food systems briefly in terms of what we have been funding. most recently, we are moving towards the foods of the future, which is housed in Africa. I think when we're talking about all the migration of all the knowledge and all the African history into Europe and elsewhere in the West, we do, all hope is not lost, is not all doom. We have our indigenous crops, and these have been pioneered, have been earmarked as food for the future. I think the university in London sits with a whole big department that looks at African traditional foods. And if we are not tapping into that space, then we are shooting ourselves in the foot. It's not like back in the day when we didn't know, now we know. It's not just in the food space, it's in the medicinal spaces as well. We have this, I like this, it's a root crop that originates in South Africa. It's in the Eastern Cape, all the way to the highlands of Lesotho, but it's endemic to South Africa, and it's been mined over years, taken as a raw product to Germany, and a lot of medication has been produced. Currently, we do have Lintagon, which is in our South African shelves, but recently we've done a study as a Water Research Commission. This is an article from our November, yes, if I'm not mistaken, Water Wheel magazine, on the work that we are doing. After this, we were now going back to the communities where this is mined to say these are the opportunities as a community you might have. Yours is not just to go to the mountains and collect the root and sell it, but there are niche areas within the value chain in terms of product development, and also ensuring that all of that patenting and all of that profit comes back to the communities as well. And that is not the only plant. We have our famous cannabis, which is also has recently been brought to the fore, and it's ours to ensure that we tap into the space. There's a lot of medicinal uses for this, and this is one of the work that I'm also managing in terms of water research. We did this work with the University of KwaZulu-Natal, as well as Rhodes, where we're looking at how we can then grow, when we stress this plant, what happens. Yes, so as a Water Research Commission, I think like my the previous speaker spoke about, we do have pathways in terms of capacity building and recognizing that, as I've said, Water Research Commission was established in 1971. We have a lot of seasoned researchers, but we are found wanting in terms of emerging researchers, and we have then started a program where we're looking at capacity building for emerging researchers as well as women researchers. Why this is important, I will not go through all of that, but at the end of the day, we want to do research that aligns with not just national goals, but as well as global alignment with the SDGs. So as you're thinking about your research, I think this has been reiterated. Find yourself in those niche areas and find then what you can do. I think I was thinking just this week with the researchers that we are mentoring that, it's easy to teach a skill, but we cannot necessarily teach passion. So find that which you are passionate about and go for it, because then you will not be stoppable. All those steps that were from career or emerging researcher, you need that fuel, you need that passion to push you. I'm not going to read through this. For us as Water Research Commission, what we think about when we think about emerging researchers, we think about someone who wants to pursue a career in research and innovation, but they have not yet established themselves as a fully academic. And in terms of our funding, we have ring-fenced budget for emerging researchers, and you must be under 40 years. And this is a 5-year plan that we've implemented, that we can then take emerging researchers from there. We can take researchers, you can apply for WSC funding as a PhD student, and we fund your PhDs as your main research area, and then that can take you to postdoc, that can take you to, so you could apply for the next cycle to take you to the next one, and that will then allow you to to sit and be a seasoned researcher. I think what I want to highlight in terms of how we fund and manage our research is the fact that when we give you the money, we're not hands-off. Like I was giving you the two research examples with the two crops. There we manage the research. We sit with you, we look at the objectives. We then look at how far you are in terms of achieving this first objective. You said you're going to be training students. Where are the students? Can we see their registrations? You said you're going to be going to the community. Where is the community engagement? We go there with you at times, and we do some of those engagements. And that helps in terms of just ensuring that you do what you said you're going to do. And with that, we come with what we call a reference group cohort, which are seasoned researchers which sit and also input into your research, and they assist you in ensuring that you reach your objectives. And we've seen a lot of collaboration and a lot of networks being built that way. So these are some of the support that we currently have. And the areas that we deemed for this call, there's a call that is open for PhDs that is starting in 2026. So these are some of the areas, and we do them in collaboration with other stakeholders like the EWCTA and other funders. As we said, we don't just fund, but we stimulate research funding. So we find industry partners that will fund some of the research that we do. And we also have then a reinforced budget for women researchers in the space as well. And that will be all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Klope, for a lovely presentation and keeping our time. I would like to call upon Dr. Abeda Dawood. Dr. Abeda is the Division Manager, Research Capacity Development at the South African Medical Research Council. Prior to the SAMREC, Dr. Abed has worked in various capacities, academic, funding administration, and managerial. She has a PhD in zoology and MSc in biochemistry from the University of the Western Cape, and an interest in molecular systematics. She is passionate about research capacity and postgraduate student development and is committed to education in South Africa. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Dumilang, Sanipanani, Nda. I think that'll give you an indication of all the parts of the country that I've worked in. Okay, so I'm ready to go now. Colleagues, my name is Abeda Dawood. I'm from the South African Medical Research Council. Sorry, let me just get this. Okay, awesome. So I think my colleagues that have come before me have really made my job quite easy. So there's some slides that I'm going to skip, and I'm sure our session chair will be happy to hear that. So in terms of, firstly, as you've seen with my colleagues, I need to tell you a little bit about the mandate of the South African Medical Research Council, and it's really very simple. Our job is to help improve the quality of health and the quality of life of South Africans. Very easy. And we do that in different ways. We conduct research at our facilities. We facilitate innovation, which I will just briefly mention today. We fund research, and very importantly, we develop research capacity. So that's quite a lot. The framework in which we operate is really to look at the quadruple burden of disease that face us as South Africans. Right? We all know about, for example, GBV, communicable diseases, non-communicable diseases, right? All of these things are impacting on our very lives, the lives of our friends, the lives of our partners, the lives of our children. And of course, I also forgot to mention the fourth one, which is violence and injury. So all of these things is what concerns the SAMRC. So to tell you just a little bit about how we are structured, there are 6 parts to the SAMRC. We have our intramural research units. These are the units that are doing the research. And if you are interested in health research, I would highly recommend that you look us up and collaborate with our researchers. We have, for example, very, very good researchers in the area of environmental health, which would be, I think, of interest to the faculty here or the school, as well as in One Health. We have our research platforms, and in our research platforms, I can also highly recommend, we have a section called our Biomedical Research Information Platform, and they have just set up a brand new training facility in molecular biology techniques, and that is of interest to you because that facility is based at our Pretoria offices. It is training in the students in advanced molecular techniques, including next generation sequencing, and is a partnership with Thermo Fisher. So I would very, very much recommend anybody who has students that need training in molecular biology techniques to contact me, and I'll put you in touch with our unit that is facilitating the training. So far, the training is, I think, almost already booked for the whole of next year. We're taking cohorts every 5 weeks, and the focus so far has been on historically disadvantaged institutions, but of course, with your science faculty being based so close to us, you know, you have a geographic advantage. I'll really recommend that you contact us. The trainings are fully paid for, and including the students' accommodation in Pretoria. We have our extra research, mural research units. These are units that we are funding usually and often in collaboration with the NRF. These are research chairs, for example, and they are based across different institutions in the country. And I'll show you, you do have one at Unisa, which I'll mention in a minute. Then I want to go towards the right side. Let me move to our grants, innovation, and product development. So this is a granting section, and they focus more on applied research, innovation, entrepreneurship. Then you come to the orange, which is me. I'm in the research capacity development, and I'm funding, in my section, we're funding from the master's level right through to mid-career researchers. So I think I'm going to go quite quickly through this because I think my colleague Edith has done this very well. But I want to just give you a little bit of a different angle to the issue of impact. Colleagues, for yourself, I want you to look at impact in 4 different ways. The first one is the impact on yourself, right? Your individual transformation. Yes, we are going to come to societal impact, but that is, of course, very far down the way. So talking about individual transformation, I want you to look at the type of skills. They're listed towards the bottom end. Leadership, output, management. We've heard all of those before, so I'm not going to go into too much of that. Then impact on your institution. Don't forget, you're not in isolation. You are working within the context of an institution. So what you are doing also needs to impact on your institution, improving the standing of your institution, for example. Edith mentioned about policies, and again, your impact on policies within the institution is also important. New teaching guidelines, perhaps, is an example of that. Then, in terms of society, I don't think I need to go into that. Edith has explained this in great detail. But what is the long-term impact of your work in terms of the society? What changes are you going to bring about in society? And it's really important that we do that. We know that we are working in the context of major funding cuts,
in the country. The USAID funding cuts has impacted thousands of jobs and researchers across the country. So we need to start looking more inwards. In terms of knowledge advancement, again, I'm not going to cover that. That was covered by Edith. And just to remember, I just want to highlight, please, when you are doing your research studies, the theoretical framework of your study is absolutely critical, because that is what's going to lead you to advancing knowledge in your discipline. So when you are doing, say, for example, I'm a systematist. Say I want to study this little frog that's based here in Gauteng, some special frog. It's very important that when I do that, I don't just say I'm going to study that little frog. No, I'm going to study a particular gene that everybody is interested in around the world, and I'm going to use my frog as a little case study. Exactly. Everybody understand that? Very important to frame your theoretical context. So, now let me tell you about what we have available. This is the funding programs that are postdoctoral. We have a number of postdoctoral funding programs. The intramural program is if you are linked to our intramural researchers at SMRC. You can see the values there. They're very generous. It starts at 450,000 Rand and then goes up to 500,000 Rand. Part A, if I can show you here the division of the amounts, you can see 350 plus, 350 plus. It means that according to law, we are only allowed to pay 350 tax-free, and then the top-up is taxed. Right? That is standard across the board. What's very nice about our postdoctoral programs is that they are 5 years, and the reason for that is that we want you to be able to train students, write grant applications, and attract funding. And you can't do that on a short-term contract. I've seen some institutions are doing the one-year postdoc nonsense. It doesn't work. It doesn't work because you cannot put anybody on a grant application that has a one-year contract. And I'm sure even big funders like NRF will link your funding to your contract duration. So it's very important that the postdoc contracts are long enough for the person to be able to apply. I'm not going to go into the details. I just want to mention the early investigator program. Dr. Ndlovu mentioned earlier on, for example, our NGAP program, a fantastic program. So at MRC, we have our early investigator program. And what's really good about this program is that it pays partially for your salary and partially for your research costs. And it requires an institutional contribution. And the whole idea of that, similar to NGAP, is that the institution, because they have enough time while we are doing the co-funding to have you on board, teaching, researching, etc., there is time to create a post and to absorb you as the postdoc. So we find that a very, very important program. And in terms of all our programs, actually postdoctoral programs, we have very high retention rates. Over 70% of our funded postdocs obtain jobs within the period of funding. In fact, it gives me a big headache because I'm continuously sitting with money because people are now resigning from my postdocs that I have to advertise and keep advertising and getting new people in. But I guess it's actually a big plus, I suppose. So then the other program I want to mention is our mid-career scientist program. Colleagues, for those of you that are just past 5 years after your PhD, we have, it's almost similar like an NRF Tier 2 Saatchi chair, I would say, very similar. And it's 1.25 million in the first year, 1.5 million from the second year onwards. It's a 5-year program again. And the whole idea is for the institution, firstly, you can use the money to attract somebody. So even if you don't have the budget for the person, you can use this budget to pay the salary or to top up the salary of the scientist. Or secondly, if the person's already employed, you can use the money to build a team, appoint a project manager, appoint an administrator. You know, these important things that scientists don't want to spend money on. You know, scientists are stingy. They want to spend their money on their research. But actually, it makes you less effective if you don't have a team around you. You need to have that team. We've seen it over and over again. As soon as the team members are appointed, the scientist has time to focus on the science and not on all those reports that we are always asking for. So, colleagues, we also have a SIR grant, self-initiated research. What's really good about this one, it's also for clinician scientists or people from the Department of Health. If you've got your MBCHB, you can apply even without a PhD. And for those of you on the science stream, if you have a PhD, you can apply for this one. It looks at novel research. The grants are up to 200,000 Rand, and you can see there's a whole number of research areas. I'm going to have to go faster. We have all our calls are advertised on our RFA page on the SAMRC website, and almost on a weekly basis there are new calls coming out. The MRC is very agile, so as we get funding in from our partners and our collaborators, we advertise. So please, if you can just do a regular check there, you'll see what's available. So currently, for example, we have our SIR grant open. Recently, we've also sent our RFA calendar to all the universities to show when our calls are opening and closing. So you can just contact your research office, they would have a copy, or go onto our website and you'll see this. And then also, if you, for all your researchers out there, these are the SAMRC Scientific Merit Awards. And I would highly encourage, if you're an early career researcher and you have an age index, say, below 30, you would definitely qualify for the bronze scientific category. And all these awards, of course, come with a little envelope. So it is really worthwhile applying. Often people don't think that they qualify. But please, you can contact me, and I can advise you if you would qualify or not for this award. And then I'm going to end now. This is my last slide, colleagues. So what can I tell you? Firstly, you need to embrace and promote collaboration. This is going to be the theme throughout today. Promote and embrace collaboration. Innovation is very, very important. Think about your work and what its impact is going to be. And critically, think about localization. Remember, the funding is not going to be available as it used to be from the USA, right? So we need to look locally, and fortunately for us, the Department of Health has come to the table, the DSTI has come to the table, and next you'll, I'm sure, hear from DTI. Make the most of your funding and build your capacity. Attend as many of those workshops as you can. Build your capacity, colleagues. There's a postdoctoral forum in the country, thank you. Postdoctoral forum in the country, join it, right? A lot of opportunities are given through these different networks. Let's see if I want to just highlight one. I see I'm almost out of time. Let's see. I spoke about knowledge translation, yes. Disseminate your knowledge, translate your knowledge that you're doing. You'll see nowadays, I'm sure I think Edith, in the NRF applications, from what I've seen now recently, you have to talk about the impact of your work and the translation, and the same for SAMRC. We ask that question now because we consider the impact so important in all the research that we are funding. If you have IP with potential application, please disclose it to your technology transfer office as soon as you can, right? Don't keep it to yourself, and definitely don't publish it until you've spoken to them. It's very, very important that you contact your university technology office. Again, think about local solutions. We've heard from the previous speaker as well about these local species. South Africa, we know, is one of the most biodiverse countries in the world. There's a lot to do. We are very creative as a country. We can come up with solutions for our local problems, but they can apply internationally. We've heard about networking. Remember to build your brand. I recall when I was at University of Pretoria, there was a young professor there, and he would just publish his own little one-page newsletter and he'd dish it out to everybody. But he's gone very far from that one-page newsletter many years ago. Right, so you can do the same for yourself. I'm sure there are more modern ways of building your brand than a newsletter on paper nowadays. So monitor our MRC website, and then lastly, identify what your area is. You've heard about passion. Find out what you're passionate about, and then really just go for it. The world is really out there. We want to support you as funders, and we're waiting to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Dr. Dawood. I would like to call our next guest speaker, Dr. Sibongile Mazivuko. Dr. Sibongile Mazivuko is currently working at the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. She has 15 years experience in international trade and investment promotion under the Green Directorate. Dr. Mazivuko has connected businesses across Southern African markets, ensured the feasibility of bankable projects, and fostered relationships between government, businesses, and communities. She has been invited to participate on several foundations, panels, task teams, as well as being a key stakeholder for the Kenan Collins Trust, University of Johannesburg Alumni Network, the Nelson Mandela Foundation, the Kader Asmal Foundation, and a former secretary for Capital Projects Feasibility Program Scheme. She has an honor to be invited to various prestigious conferences, such as the NLIT Africa, Green Youth Indaba, Future of Sustainability, and so forth. Additionally, she has been involved in numerous international trade and investment platforms, which worked closely with the Presidency of South Africa and aided to drive South Africa's economy. Currently, she serves on the advisory boards of the Nedbank Conference, Top Women Empowerment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to the colleagues that came before me. Due to a number of pressures that I've been under and in the department with the B20 and the G20 that is ahead of us, so I didn't prepare a presentation. But I'm coming from the Department of Trade and Industry and Competition, and basically the mandate of the department is very simple and yet complex. We are the second biggest economic cluster. I think my colleague from the Water Resource Research Commission would know that we sit with our colleagues from the water and sanitation. We also sit with colleagues from agriculture, and we also sit with colleagues from many other economic clusters like the Mineral Services Desk. So being the second biggest cluster economically, so DTI leads that cluster. So what happens is that in that cluster, if DTI is leading, then DTI will have to now make a call to make sure that everybody in that cluster is well organized and making sure that everybody is attuned with what needs to happen. As Dr. Ndlovu was saying, that we need Pan-African solutions, and I think it came up very clearly. And one of the main things that DTI is capable of doing is economic transformation. Not just economic transformation, but economic inclusivity. And as you know, there's currently a discourse within the DTI around the Transformation Fund, which is a 100 billion transformation fund that the DTI is currently pioneering, but it has not been rolled out as yet. We are waiting for more comments from colleagues to engage the NEF. So NEF is going to administer that transformation fund. It's looking at transforming the economy of South Africa. So I come from a very interesting background within the department, investment promotion, and the name there is quite lengthy on industrial. So I'll just mention it here. So we used to call it Investment SA. It now is called Investment and Special Industrial Development, ISID, right? What does that mean? It means that when we say industrial and special developments, we include our special economic zones. So that's where most of the economic activities are taking place. So we implore upon our postgrads here to actually now create products that will get market access into these SEZs, into these industrial development zones. And I am also from the green economy section of the department, wherein we deal with the circular economy. What does that mean? It means that we're dealing with the water circular economy, and then we also deal with paper, and I've seen some waste bins that have been circulated around the university, and I said, okay, this looks good. So you're separating from source. So yeah, you do qualify for that. And then also we deal with renewable energy, and as well as any other, if it's a smart building, or not only just a smart building, it needs to be, what the president was highlighting to the plans around Lanseria that are happening in the country and all those zones in the country. So, how do we align that with the national development plan of creating jobs, and more importantly, creating and building a capable state that will be able to transform, not only transform, but include sectors of the economy that is not partaking in the economy of South Africa. One, we do that through outward investment facilitation, and what does that mean? If you look at the department's website, www.thedtic.gov.za, you'd see that there are these trade missions. Okay, see that there will be these trade missions that will be you'll need to be undertaking, whether you want to go to China, whether you want to go to Japan, and then so be on the lookout for that. So I really implore on everybody who's just trying to get into the product aspects and making sure that we get to the market access for your products, to get market access and market penetration, because it can be really difficult. Secondly, we also work with the Africa Free Trade Continental Area, right? And then there's like 54 member states of the African continent. And then the main one, the main countries that have signed, you're looking at about 30. So, but then the rest of them have not ratified. What does that mean? It means that those that have signed, when you sign, it doesn't mean that you have ratified. It means that you still need to now ratify. Once it gets, the instruments of ratification is signed, then you become a member of the Africa Free Continental Trade Area. And what is the benefit of the AFCTA? We want to trade as a zone. 54 member states. Can you imagine? You have a product, 54 member countries, and you want to take it through. And then, but you will be able to take it through the member states that have already ratified, have sent through the instrument, and they will do the implementation now. They are currently busy with the implementation of the AFCTA. So, meaning your goods will move from South Africa to Zambia for free, right? It doesn't attract duties, because duties are what kill industry most of the time. So we at Invest SA, we are inward looking. So by that, we mean that we promote South Africa as an investment destination. In that we say, why is it important to invest in South Africa? South Africa is a beautiful country, and we also have a a website, which is investsa.org. In that website, we have value propositions, 9 value propositions that you can have a look at, and 6 master plans. The 6 master plans that they are currently being signed by the department on the sugar industry, steel and metal fabrication, and furniture, as well as poultry, value chains, and most importantly, the last but not least one, then there's the furniture master plan. So within those master plans, we also request that industry, maybe later on when your product gets developed and get market access to different countries, you will be able to say, okay, I belong to this particular industry, then can we have a master plan, right? And most people come to the DTI with a sole impression that DTI will also fund agriculture. We don't fund agriculture. We fund primary agriculture. We don't fund primary agriculture. We find processing. So once you process, then we'll look at your product. So that is how the DTI works. And then in terms of our incentives that we provide, we've got 32 incentives within the DTIC. How they are structured, one, we've got one that are dealing with manufacturing, and then 2, those that are dealing with the processing side, right? And then you have 3, you've got those ones that are dealing with the innovation. Those that are interested in the innovation space, we've got Project Kaibo, which is KEEP. We've got TRIP, which is the Technology and Human Resource for Industry program. And then we've got the SPY, which is the support program for industrial innovation, right? And then you can have a look at that from our website, and yeah, we'll be able to reach you. And then how do we link with our SEZs? Our SEZs, you cannot just decide to plug and play in every SEZ that you wish to. Some SEZs are good in certain things. Like, for example, if you go to the Atlantis SEZ, they'll be good in their own right thing. So we've got 11 SEZs, right? If you go to Kucha, which is based in Cape Town, in East London, then you've got the East London SEZs as well. And then you've got the one that we have in the Northwest. So when the advantages of you setting up in an SEZ is that you don't attract certain tax, right? If the tax is 15%, you'll be having like 14%. Let's say if you want your products to be like disseminated there in that particular SEZ or IDZ, right? And then we've got the Dube trade port. And then most people, they would say, okay, I want to do a tire waste sector product, and then I want to put it at the Dube trade port. It won't be allowed there, because the Dube trade port is next to an airport. So the emissions that are coming from you trying to like recycle the tires, it's going to be harmful to the environment. So we always work with our colleagues from DFFE so that to make sure that we comply with everything that they might want. From our side, our story is just a question of commercialization, right? And so I'm just looking at the time. There's a lot of things that we're doing as a DTI. It's a campus. Most people ask, why the DTI campus? I've been working for the DTI for the past 15 years. I can never claim that I know the DTI, right? But what I can tell you is that every single day we are inundated with new ideas, new proposals. But sometimes, no matter how good your product is, if your product does not indicate that it will have a market, you don't have a market, it will not be entertained. So please, when you look at these incentives that we are giving to you, some are administered in the DTI, some are administered within our DFIs, which is our development financial institutions. So they would not look at it if you don't have a market and if you have not benchmarked and done your feasibility studies. So yeah, with that being said, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mazivuko. Without wasting time, I would like to call back our guest speakers, all four, and our keynote speaker, Dr. Mandla Ndlovu, Ms. Edith Sikuma, Dr. Samkelisiwe Klope, Dr. Abede Dawood, and Dr. Sibongile Mazivuko. I would like for you guys to please come to the stage and we can commence with our panel discussion through the moderation of Prof. Monde Ndwasa.
I've just negotiated. Colleagues, this is the best time. I think now we're going to enjoy this because it's an engagement with very important people. I'd like to thank all of you, Dr. Ndlovu, Samgelisiwe. Can I call you Samgelisiwe? Sibo, Abita, and Edith. Thank you so much for coming here. And, you know, this is a panel of... it's an interesting panel, and I think that the composition of the panel is designed to drive a certain message. We've got a panel here of grant makers who are also funder, who are also research organizations. We've got NRF, got DTI, we've got Water Research Commission, we've got the Medical Research Council. And then we've got DTIC, which is the ones that have got the money. That's the one that we actually want now, specifically. And of course, we've got our own, agent of entrepreneurship, which is the School of Business Leadership. And I think the composition of this panel, you can already see the drift. The message that we are kind of setting here. So, but we were quite happy. By the way, you did not show appreciation for this lovely arrangement of flowers from our horticulture center. It's horticulture, ne? Ribs. Don't you like it? I found it healing. So, yeah. So we're happy with the explanation of what the organizations are about and what you're doing and what we can get from them. But obviously, you know, if we need any additional information about them, we can send you emails. I'm sure you can leave your emails with us. So the purpose really of this meeting, which is a meeting of researchers, emerging and established researchers, is really to see if there is. First of all, we note certain things. Now, the postdoctoral fellow is someone basically who is in transition from being a supervised learner to becoming a supervisor of learners. That's what a postdoctoral fellow is. So it's someone who is prepared, really. It's not a job. It's not a career. It's not a profession. It's a transition stage. So these people need to be ready once they've gone past the postdoc to run independently, whether in the academic sphere or outside the academic sphere. They need to be prepared for independent development. The other thing that we know at Unisa is that the economy of the continent is in serious trouble because there is no external innovation. And we all know no economy can ever develop if it relies upon innovation externally. We need to have our own innovation. And people often think that innovation is finding new things, but it can also find the new ways of using the already existing things. So we also know that African scientists wander around the world trying to find green pastures. Most of the time they don't really find them. Some of them come back, some of them don't. So these are the things that but we don't want here at Unisa, our postdocs, to experience this kind of thing, and we want to know how we can make their careers take off, basically. And we called you because we think that we can find wisdom from interacting with you. So this session really is not about repeating the things that you've already told us, because, as I say, we can always send emails to find more clarifications about the things. It's about to stimulate thoughts which may bring new opportunities. We know now about the existing opportunities. We need to look at what is possible for our postdoctoral fellows and for emerging people. Looking at where the world is now. So we're not here to polish the status quo and make it work better, no. We want to see if there are new opportunities that can emerge from where we are now. So the way I would like us to do this, colleagues, is I'm going to start a conversation with the panel, asking one question for each. Meantime, I request the audience to prepare questions, and the purpose of the conversation really is to sort of give a tone to the panel, so that we're not running all over the place. So, I think I will start with NRF because because you are just here, you're close to me. Now, I need to say that the world is changing very fast, as you know. The European Union has just announced that by next year, they'll have digitized the euro. The dollar is allowed to depreciate. It's obvious, it's a deliberate, and it looks like the dollar may take a new shape to counter what's happening in the BRICS with the hedging of currencies on gold. Gold has got a problem that it is not movable, so it can, though, be replaced by digitized currencies. So we may think that we've got gold, but we may not benefit actually in the future once the currencies are digitized. So the dollar is likely to change. The euro is definitely changing. Von der Leyen said last week that by next year, the euro will be digitized. Right. Now, Africa is in trouble. Last week, I was in Uganda at the OR Tambo Research annual meeting, which was running together with Arua Conference. And everybody was worried about the continent, that the continent is sleeping while everybody is moving very fast into a new world, which is coming in about 3 years' time. Now, this new world is going to be driven by artificial intelligence, which I did not hear so far being mentioned. Right. And I don't think we can, basically what I'm saying that the big question that I want us to look at is, can we go on as if business as usual? Because what you presented us here is what you've been doing for the past how many years since you were formed. Can we afford to go on as if it's business as usual? One of the things that we discussed, maybe I should actually start with Zibo. One of the things that we discussed at the OR Tambo, and the Arua conference, particularly the OR Tambo annual meeting, is Africa sitting, lagging behind, and again waiting to follow whatever is done by other people. Is it not a good idea to have a center or centers of excellence, pan-African? Because you talked about pan-African, Cyril. Pan-African centers of excellence, where scientists without borders can operate. This, I think, would be a good turf for a postdoctoral fellow. Instead of taking them through the normal business of producing papers and whatever, go and innovate in a center of excellence and produce things that work for Africa. In a center of excellence modeled according to, in the same way as SKA in the Western Cape, owned by all African continents and funded by all African governments, might give them a good chance also to fund something, because some African governments don't want to fund R&D. So given this Pan-African view, what do you think? What does DTIC think about that kind of idea? A center of excellence where our young people can finish their PhDs and go straight into that center and be fruitful innovatively. And also, we may answer another question about DITTC, about DTIC and accelerators. What is your scheme there?
That's a mouthful. Thank you so much, Prof. From the DTI, we will welcome that, because we are seeing that, yes, indeed, as we are engaging with Europe, that Africa is being left behind. And also, with the Donald Trump factor, we need to put that in to say that we need to be looking out for new markets, right? So we will welcome that, and then if it can be put on paper to say to our government, because one thing that we make, the one thing is that people could complain on the sidelines to say government is not doing this, government is not doing that. And what the DTI usually spearheads, especially with the Transformation Fund, that is why it's very important to actually get yourself into the Transformation Fund discussions and understand what it means. Why are we trying to transform the economy when the rest of the continent is not talking about that, right? And for the fact that South Africa is like a launch pad to the rest of the region, that will be great if it could be started here in South Africa. And I'll tell you why. We have great infrastructure, but we cannot use that forever in the day. Like it has been used for the past 30 to 40 years now. to say we've got good infrastructure, and so what? Because China is it's got more better looking infrastructure than South Africa. So we will welcome such a center, but you will need to come to government with a clear plan. Now, academics needs to now partner with industry as well as government, as well as and then it becomes like a trilemma between universities and then government and then industry. Because 1 minute industry is saying this, and then academics, we're looking for academics. Where are the academics in the discussion or in the discourse? We don't see any voice. And that's the whole point of being in an academic space such as this one, to actually have these papers and have key sectors, not just say, okay, this is nice to have, but have key sectors that are talking to what is currently happening now, because we're not going to stop what is currently being planned. So that is what we're saying from the DTI.
And accelerators?
And from accelerators, there is a scheme like that, but our colleagues that are responsible for discussing that, I will share that with
me.
Yeah, via email. No, via email. We've got a unit that they call it a strategic planning unit, as well as the strategic incentive unit. So they look at all the incentives that needs to be handled within the department. And you can still say some of the incentives that you are actually giving to us as industry, because I will take academics like yourselves as part of industry, right? I'm not talking to what we're trying to achieve, right? You could even say, can we propose that we have something of this sort, of this magnitude? And then it gets tabled in Parliament, because obviously DTI is not just a market access or market penetration organization. It's a policy-making department.
Thank you very much, Swo. Actually, then I'm glad you mentioned about Accelerator, and we've got here Dr. Ndlovu, who is our agent for entrepreneurship, and I think we will start soon following up on the matter of Accelerator. But I just wanted to say, and that's why I think the panel actually should be taking notes as we're sitting here, because this is an engagement. We're not, we want you to say, the scientists at Unisa say, this is what we told them, but they say. You see what I mean? You told us something, but I thought we want to engage with us so that we can hear what we tell you also. So it would be nice. So for me, well, what you're saying basically, is consonant with what at Unisa we call the quadruple helix. The quadruple helix is when the industry, the community, the business, and government work together. Because what you're saying is that we must now approach the government. But it's a continental problem. It's a pan-Africanist interest. So if we all sat with the government, all these 4 people sat with the government, committed from the beginning and said this is what we want to solve this problem. They first identified the problem together. But now you're asking us to approach the government. No, I'm saying that what we need is to form an ecosystem with the government, an innovation in an ecosystem based on the quadruple helix, where we can come to that agreement that we need now to start with the Center, Pan-African Center of Excellence together, and then we implement that together. Now the next one, thank you very much for that. You've actually answered my questions. Well, I don't think I'll ask you any other question from now. So the other one now is to the NRF. Postdocs in the NRF really depend on the mercy of supervisors to get the funding that you want. So there will be a chair, and someone will get a grant, and so on and so on and so on. But like I'm saying, that this can't be business as usual, really. What can we do to make sure that postdocs are utilized to the full extent for the nation and for the continent without having to go through the business that we've been doing all along, where they may be recruited by someone, they may be recruited. You see what I mean? So shouldn't we be looking at something that is guaranteed to make use of postdoctoral work. So like I'm saying, for instance, in these centers of excellence, in an accelerator, where an independent accelerator, where postdocs can finish their PhDs and go straight into something and do it without having to wait to be recruited by some mentor or so. Do you think that the business as usual now in NRF is enough?
So I think with the NRF, I think it's always a learning curve. And you do something for a couple of years because you're responding to an issue that was prevalent then. And so then we realized that even with the foresight, that the environment changes and we need to keep up and also respond to that environment. But there are still those challenges that remain. And so within the PDRF space, we do have the freestanding, where you can apply independently, but then the grant holder linked one, where then you're under a chair or an SOE sort of director. So there are those different entry points. But also, as you're speaking right now, the different alternative pathways, where then we say, we've been thinking about academia within this silo where that then you only then can engage in academia. But then as the NRF, we are saying then there are other alternative pathways that then we can support, and how are we supporting that? So the industry postdocs that we have begun with SASOL as an entryway to say, okay, then alternatively, then if academia is not for you as well, then what else is out there? We haven't looked at entrepreneurship in detail for the postdoc, but we are starting to do so from the presidential PhD program, where we're saying from that entry point, and looking at different ways of doing things differently, that we beginning training the doctoral students to also not look at academia as the only way that they can engage, where there's entrepreneurship, there's industry, there's policy, and so then the next cohort almost of emerging researchers will have these different ways of thinking and doing, and hopefully then some of these challenges then don't remain. But also ensuring that, as Dr. Dawood was saying, that these same postdocs and emerging researchers come in with the knowledge that they also need to gear up and things, not look at the system in terms of this is what has been, and having the knowledge that they themselves engage with and saying, what do I do? I'm an agent of change, and agency is always also self-propelled. So if you know that as a PDRF, as an emerging researcher, these are the expectations, how do I then engage within this space? But then it's sort of a co-creation, where we're saying our mentors, our supervisors, what mentality do they have? And we keep engaging with that as well. We assume that just because we say mentorship, that there actually are good mentors out there to then assist these PDRFs. So maybe then also we need to still engage with the space in terms of, do we have good mentors to then assist these PDRFs to then also climb within the academic ranks. We speak about, I think just the last time, the other point, resourcing within the African continent. So R&D is a big issue. If you look at the continent, I think South Africa, is it Morocco and Tunisia are the biggest contributors towards R&D. So if we can't resource the system and rely on external partners all the time, then we don't change whatever is happening. So even if we do have the need to localize, but also then with a global lens, if there's no funding, there's no money, then we just go around in circles. So resourcing is a big thing, and within the NRF as well, it's one of our mandates where we resource and we can walk the talk within what we want to do. So I think things sort of work within a systemic manner, but we're looking at saying within the last 10 years, what have we addressed, and then foresight going forward, what are the challenges that we need to address to ensure that whatever we've done in the past doesn't fall off, but also then carries on.
Thank you very much for that, Edith. Yeah, well, actually, I'm glad you mentioned the freestanding, and I think I will leave it to the postdocs to talk about the freestanding, because the thing is with the freestanding is that one may get a freestanding postdoc and then come to my lab. I'm not going to change the program of my lab, so they will have to fit in to what I'm doing. So I'm talking about a postdoc who's got a very innovative idea, who does not want to wait being mentored by anybody, but who can be hosted in a lab. So they should have a freestanding scholarship that is not tied to the relationship, to the research of the hosting laboratory. that will support that innovation to go through to the end. And I think that will make the innovation, as it is both in the MRC and NRF at the moment, innovation is a byword, really. There is no real mechanism for implementing it. So if there was a freestanding, give the postdoc the money. Say, okay, you can be hosted by Monde at Unisa, but you don't do what he's doing. Do what you want to do. You see what I mean? He will just be our eye, there at Unisa. Because the freestanding at the moment is just another, postdoc, which is what I mean. So I think it's something, that's why I'm saying it's an engagement, but we'll hear from the postdocs what they think about these things. Now, Sister Mkelisi, right? So, the Water Research Council, I like the strategic priorities there, absolutely, and what you call on point as far as I'm concerned. But there's just one thing I wanted to talk about, which I again find we as Africans are being shortchanged because we are always following on other people. Water in South Africa has always been a problem in terms of the relative to the continent. We've always been water stressed. It's not something new. It's not coming because of climate change. It's always been our problem. The things that you mentioned here, which maybe you could first clarify. What you said that there's agricultural expansion, but then you said there's a shrinking food basket. These are contradictions. So we need an explanation for that. And you will link to that to find out, when we talked about the drivers of the stress, you did not talk about the problems of distribution. Because we are given in Africa a notion that there is shortage of things in the world. There is no shortage of things. There's just the problem of distribution, right? So we don't want here at Unisa to buy that kind of thing, that the problem is absence of food. We think the problem is shortage, is a defect in the distribution process, right? So, it will be nice for the Water Research Commission to what to call, because you're talking about matters of food security and resistance, to also clarify to our researchers here, because we don't want to go on premises that are not sound. So it'd be nice if you can explain that to us. Maybe you could explain also this WEF nexus, because it wasn't clear to me. But now, when we talk about water, the main question I'm asking, we're talking about infrastructure as well. 5 minutes. We're talking about infrastructure as well. But, yesterday there was a big deal by the Minister of Health about a cholera vaccine. Right, as if it's a big deal. That there's now a cholera, and they even said it's the first one in the continent, whatever. Right. Now, we know that cholera should not rely on vaccination, really. It should just rely on proper infrastructure. That's it. Right. This whole thing of exploiting cholera, what cholera is a Western thing, it does not. It's exploiting, suffering of people, for profit. So why is the Water Research Commission not addressing infrastructural problems?
Oh, great. You've got our 4 questions. I think the first one was on shrinking food basket. I talked about the shrinking food basket, and I talked about, what was the confusion?
You said there was agricultural expansion. These are the water stresses. There was agricultural expansion, but you also said that the other stress was shrinking food basket.
Okay,
How can they be agricultural expansion and shrinking baskets?
It's a problem. So what we mean is agricultural expansion. As we have a growing population, we want to plant more. We want to produce more in terms of agriculture, right? We're producing in terms of we have main crops, which is maize and wheat, which are the main crops that we produce to ensure that we feed the growing population. And we've got maybe even in animal production, we've got your beef, your poultry, and that is just about that. But looking back, at the start of the century, or looking back to our roots, we're not just restricted to maize and wheat. We had sorghum, we had millet, we had cassava, we had a lot of choices. But now the basket in terms of drinking is the choices that we're now having, which means we don't get our nutrition is no longer diverse. We're just eating spinach and what is this, lettuce. We're not having imifino, we're not having all the other different foods that we had. We're not foraging, going into the forest and picking up all of those wild fruits, which contributed to our nutrition. We are now restricted, and that reduces then our exposure to the nutrients that our bodies need. So that is what I mean about drinking food basket. Now, agricultural expansion, we still want to expand agriculture. So we need to plant, our vision is to produce more maize, but we're not really looking at what is that costing us. That's why I went to the now indigenous crops, that we should look at producing those crops again. We should look at ensuring that they are found in the mainstream. They are not just for a gogo who is, and that knowledge then just disappears with that.
All right, let me forgive you with other questions, because I'm sure that people want to ask questions. So
water infrastructure, we do research. Yeah. We recommend into policy. And then we speak with our mother department, but we do not get into our hands dirty in terms of implementing the infrastructure. We are a research organization. Thank you.
So I think I'm going to forgive what you call Abida, because I had a question for you as well, but let me allow 1 minute now. They say, I think they are very hungry, the chair. I think there's a problem. Chair is hungry. We've got, sorry. Please.
Colleagues, I think I'm not going to speak on, as a funder now, but I want to ask you as an institution, I mean, one of the systemic things that I've seen across the country, and perhaps the reason why we are producing patents but not really proper innovation and not applying those patents. We're one of the poorest countries in that regard. And I think that if I look at the university curriculums, and I'm looking now from undergraduate through to postgraduate, you want to focus the students more at the postgraduate level on innovations, and that's not the right level. I would say that really you need to start at the undergraduate level. It needs to be built into the curriculum. And in fact, for a school like this one, which is dealing with agriculture environment, I would say that you should insist that all research proposals include a section on innovation. It should be compulsory, so that every student that's designing a research project thinks about the innovation, the translation of their research. I think I've only seen that at Durban University of Technology so far, where it's actually built into the proposals form. So I would really highly recommend that, at least as an institution, you can start addressing it at your level by doing that. In terms of the Pan-African, I recently came across, in terms of agriculture specifically, there was a big drive from China to train across Africa doctoral students and early career researchers, postdoctoral, in agriculture, and it would all be paid for, and they are going to work through the African Academy of Sciences. So the African Academy is a Pan-African academy. All the national academies, for example, South African Academy, are linked to that, and it is, I think, maybe an even better vehicle than the African Union for researchers at the research level. They're very involved across the continent. So there is a very specific initiative that is now coming through the African Academy, and I know that it works from the Chinese academies, the various, I think there's 2 or 3 academies involved, and the Chinese government, of course, to train African students, and it's specifically in agriculture. So that's my 2 cents before we close off here.
Thank you very much, Abida, for that comment. So No, that just something that important I wanted to mention. Oh yes, by the way, the matter of the business and what call is something we've thought about. In some of our groups, we encourage the business canvas with your proposal, but we don't submit with the proposal. We keep it within the group because it may be important secrets. So, do you want to? Can I take questions from the audience? Thank you very much, Chair. I know there is one. I think I can recognize that face. It's too black for me.
Thanks, Prof. Yeah, I'm black. The DTI, I have a student who worked on a product. And this product, I am of a view that it can be the future food product in Africa and the whole world. We even did a market survey to check its acceptance and the pricing model as well. I really want to get this product to the market. And I've been trying through the university as well. I face some hurdles there. What is your advice? What can we do? Because this product, I'm even scared to mention it now because it can be stolen. So what do I need to do to assist so that this product can move? Because we have the market. We did a study where we check the acceptability and the willingness to pay in terms of price and the packaging, and the response was good. But where do we start? I think that's something that maybe it can help us as academics because we have this knowledge. But as soon as we publish, somebody else who has money will come and produce that, and then our knowledge is gone.
Thanks for that question. I think I will take it as what product it is because that matters quite a bit from where we are sitting from the DTI to say which product deserves to be in which market, right? And I'll make an example. Pork, Asia. Asians like eating pork, whether you go to Japan, China, so that it has a market there. So I would not want to mention it here. I will take it as a side. But from what DTI offers is that I was saying there that when I was speaking on the platform, that we have outward investment missions, right? Some are going inward. Some are actually outward investment missions. The challenge with most people is that they don't look at what the website is saying. So, for example, now we have a lot of people that are trying to apply to go to Japan, and it's already late. It usually takes, they would say, apply 6 months before, right? And you need to constantly be on the lookout and engage the DTI because we have the call center, and to say, where are you taking certain products to? And more importantly, I think because you're scared to mention that somebody might steal your product, you need to patent your product.
Okay, yeah, we are working on that, which is a bit of a challenge now because there's been over a year and we can't even publish articles from that work because of that process.
Okay, I'm happy to share the contact at CIPC because they do with trademarking and patenting, right? They will need to explain to you what does it mean when you trademark and when you patent, because when you see Johnson & Johnson and other big entities like your Novartis and that, they've already done a lot of these things. They've been in the sector for quite some time. And they understand that maybe if they give you, for example, a patent for 20 years, you quickly get your 20 20 years patent, but make sure that on the 19th year, you reapply, because there are industry people that will be sitting somewhere looking at this product, waiting for your patent to expire. Once it expires, they come for you. So you need to be vigilant when it expires.
Okay, I think just to add on that, one of the problems that we have been facing was that they wanted to know if we are applying to patent the product or the methods, you see. And we wanted to do both, but they are saying that the product it's somewhere else, but it's in different format to what we have created.
So there's 2 processes.
So we have created 100% of this product.
Okay.
And the current one, it's something that has been, blended elsewhere. So the struggle with the patent is in that format, because we have 100%, there is a blended product elsewhere.
Okay. So the challenge with, like when you have a project, because I used to work for industrial finance before I moved to investment in South Africa. When your product is twofold like that, so they are worried about the governance of it. So whatever you do in terms of any project that you do, try to make sure that your governance is as simple as possible, so that if there are actually any disputes or any issues in the governance, then they can be able to find the project owners. So if there's like other people that are patenting the idea somewhere else, then it becomes a problem. Then the adjudication committee will come back to say, okay, but then we don't understand why this study would not work, because it seems that the owners of this research, they don't understand what they're doing. You do. Just focus on the one. Do you want to start with the method, and then once you've done the method, then later on, do something else.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Maduleke. I would advise that you guys can mingle with the panelists during lunchtime.
Yeah. Okay, let me just thank the panel, really. And I'm so sorry. We still have questions for Dr. Ndlovu and Abida, but we're very grateful for your time and for the wisdom we've shared with you. Thank you very much. And I would just also like to say, my colleague, that we've got a very capable technology transfer office at Unisa, and these are the things that you can really engage with them also to sort out. Because it's also very expensive, patenting. Yeah, but...
Between me and Lunch. You and Lunch,
Yes,
right? Sorry about that. So the likes of, people see David Clary, right? They see, I think, who's the other one? Stone Cherry. What they don't know is that these companies, they came to the DTI when they didn't have the money, some of them. It's just that they don't mention that the DTI did 1, 2, 3 for them. You just see the product being out there, right? Sometimes, so now there is like an element of trying to help you in between halfway. It's just that now they would perhaps want you to have maybe 50% of X amount, and then DTI will give you X amount. So you need to have your skin in the game.
Thank you very much. Right? We're being...
Yes. Thank you so much, Prof. Ntwasa, and our guest speakers and keynote speaker. I would like to invite Prof. Homotso Siminya, the Director of School of Ecological and Environmental Sciences, to come and hand over the gifts to our guest speakers. And Prof. Ntwasa, please do not leave. We need a picture with you too.
Oh, really?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much, Prof. Siminya, for the handover of the gifts. Colleagues, we are still on session. We have come to the end of our first session for the day, and I would like to thank all our presenters for their insightful and inspiring contributions. Your research has truly demonstrated the theme of catalyzing research for sustainable futures. Shh. Doctors, professors, thank you. So each presentation has enhanced our understanding and stimulated meaningful discussions that will continue to guide our efforts and towards more sustainable world and sustainable research. Thank you for sharing your expertise and engaging thoughtfully with all of us and enriching the symposium with your contributions. With that being said, I would like to just give a few announcements. We are about to go for lunchtime. And as we do have our lunch, those that have poster viewing sessions, please take note that the judges will first have lunch, and once they are done, they will go to each and every poster. So please make sure that if you're having a poster session, you try to have your lunch as early as possible. And we will be back at, the time is what? Can someone please? It's 13:12. 12 past, quarter past. Okay, let's say it's quarter past. So we need to be back by 13:45. So only 30 minutes for our lunch. And those with poster sessions, please make sure you eat first. You try to make your way to the lunch line. And all our judges and guest speakers, please note that your lunch is being served at the council chambers. If you do not know where that is, please follow me or Riba, my co-chair there. I'm hoping you all know, but you're right. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone, for a lovely session, and have a lovely lunch. Enjoy your food.
ladies and gentlemen. My name is Reba Motlogelwa. Colleagues, they're still chattering. Can we settle down, please? Afternoon once again. My name is Reba Motlogelwa. I'm from the Department of Life and Consumer Sciences. I am Dr. Mudau's co-pilot. And if you only managed to join us now, let me take this opportunity to welcome you to the PDF Symposium. And to those that have been with us since morning, you know what a joy it has been to be here, where we are fostering collaboration, where we are stimulating dialogues, and most importantly, exchanging knowledge. Now, experience has taught me that towards the end of the day or towards the afternoon, the audience size starts to shrink, right? And I'm gonna ask that, I'm gonna humbly plead that you stay with us to the very end. And without wasting any time, I'm going to call upon our first presenter. And the first presenter is going to be Dr. Kujwana. And as they make their way to the podium, I'm quickly going to share the title of their presentation. It is A Green Approach to Fertility, Kenneth Leaf Meals as a Source of Nutraceuticals for Reproductive Hormone, Semen Health, and Quality Enhancement. Over to you. Can we just encourage him with a round of applause? And to the presenters, something to note, please look out for our indicators in terms of how much minutes you are left with. When you see 5 minutes, please start going towards your closure, and if you see 1 minute, we should be seeing your thank you slide on the screen. And I am going to be a little pedantic with our time management because I don't want all of you leaving campus at 4, okay? All right, thanks, colleagues.
Good day, colleagues. My name is Kujwana. This very day, I would like to share with you a study titled A Green Approach to Fertility. Enough leaf meal as source of nutraceuticals and for reproductive hormones, semen health, and quality enhancement. This is an overview of my presentation. Fertility is a paramount important factor in rabbit production performance. However, it has been threatened by prevalence of diseases, extreme temperatures, and primarily by poor nutrition. Hence, using leaf meals rich in nutraceuticals, such as dietary proteins, fiber, amino acids, minerals, and phytochemicals can combat this. Due to these qualities, enough leaf meal can be used. Hence, its potential in rabbit performance need a thoroughly investigations. The current study aimed at investigating the use of enough leaf meal on the rabbit's reproductive hormones, semen health, and quality enhancement. The ethical clearance was obtained from the College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences Animal Research Ethics Committee. And the feeding trials took place at the Zirbekom, which is situated in the western area in Gauteng province. The leaf meals for this study, in this case, is for enough leaves were harvested in Makwasi, which is situated in Northwest Province between January and April of 2023. A total of 28 New Zealand-wide rabbit bucks were purchased from M&A Rabbit Farm, which is situated in Germiston, west of Gauteng, at the apical stage. The collected enough leaves were further grounded into fine powder and sent for chemical analysis, in this case, proximate and energy analysis, where the amino acids and phytochemicals were analyzed at Stellenbosch University, and minerals, energy, protein, fiber, and ash, as well as dry matter, were analyzed at University of Pretoria. Colleagues, this table shows the chemical composition of kinaf leaves. Below the slide presents the 4 dyes which were constituted by partially replacing soybean meal in rabbit commercial diet. Table below shows the composition of ingredients of kinaf leaf meal based experimental diets fed to New Zealand white rabbit bucks. Okay. So the total of 28 New Zealand white rabbit bucks were initially weighed, and the weight was recorded and balanced by using the Excel spreadsheet. So prior to them being weighed, they were given a week of adaptation to new environment and new diet. And they were further allocated to 4 experimental diets, in this case, KLM 0, KLM 2.5, KLM 5%, and lastly, KLM 7.5%, in a completely randomized design with 7 replicates, where 1 bug was regarded as a unit. The study took at least 70 days under the rabbits were kept under natural light until slaughter. Water and feed were given ad libitum. So we firstly collected blood, which were sent to University of Pretoria for hormonal analysis. So the blood were collected using a 2 milliliter syringe and 23 gauge needle through a punctured ear vein of the rabbit. For semen collection, we used a rabbit artificial vagina, where this vagina was filled with a warm liquid which was between 45 and 50 degrees Celsius. So the diagram below presents the processes where we encountered how to collect the semen from rabbits, which was a bit challenging for a beginner like us. So we first collected the semen from rabbit using the artificial vagina, which was shown before. We then tried to do our first evaluation. So in our first evaluation, we saw that our first slide shows the availability of debris cells. So these debris cells disturb the semen from swimming along the semen cavity. So we developed a solution called a TALP solution, where we cleaned the semen. This TALP solution, it was constituted of sodium pyruvate, sodium lactate, gentamicin, the antibiotics, and there were too many chemicals that were used in this case. So after using that chemical into the semen was clear. Then we were able to see the sperm cells alone without the interaction of the debris cells. So as you can see on our right side, below that guy, you can see a clear slide as compared to the other one. So it was further analyzed for the characters such as mobility, motility, velocity, morphology, and concentration. So the semen samples were further sent to University of KwaZulu-Natal for seminal phenolics and antioxidant analysis. The collected data was subjected to PROC-JLM of SAS in a CRD according to the following linear model. The significant level was set at P is less than 0.05, and then Duncan multiple range test was used to separate the means. So the data was further evaluated using the following model for linear and quadratic effects. First set of our results, the table 3 shows the effect of kinaf leaf meal on the estrogen and testosterone levels. So the testosterone and estrogen hormones increased in response to the KLM 5%. This may be due to due to the availability of protein and phytochemicals in the KLM. The phytochemicals, ladies and gentlemen, stimulate the release of luteinizing hormone, which further signals the testes to release more hormones, particularly the testosterone. So in conclusion, we can say the 5% level of quinoa leaf meal can be used in rabbit diet to improve the fertility level. As for semen phenolics and antioxidant, figure 1 and figure 2 depicts the total phenolic content and the total antioxidant content of the seminal cavity harvested from the New Zealand white rabbit bucks, which were given the New Zealand, the incremental levels of quinoa leaf meal. So rabbits fed the 7.5% of quinoa leaf meal had higher semen phenolics and antioxidant. This could be due to the increased availability of phenolics and antioxidant in the quinoa leaf meal, and can be also be due to the absorbable nature of quinoa leaf meal into the semen cavity, which may further enhance the seminal health. For semen characters, the table shows the sperm characteristics of New Zealand white rabbit bucks, which were given the incremental levels of quinoa leaf meal. So, higher semen volume was observed, which may be due to protein and zinc concentration in quinoa leaf meal, in the 7.5%. So, unfortunately, there were no effects observed in semen pH, concentration, as well as color, indicating that quinoa leaf meal did not contain any harmful substances that can hinder the semen characters. These results, ladies and gentlemen, were in line with this following author. The results then suggest that quinoa leaf meal can be incorporated in rabbit diet and improve semen characteristics. As for sperm morphology and viability, the table clearly shows the results on the sperm morphology and viability, where the live sperm cells increased with the increasing levels of quinoa leaf meal, while dead sperm cells decreased linearly. This could be regulated by the increased availability of amino acids, phenolics, and flavonoids. Similar results were presented by this author. Number of normal sperm cells, abnormal sperm cells were not beyond the normal limit of 7.43%, suggesting that the quinoa leaf meal have more positive effect on sperm morphology and viability. Therefore, quinoa leaf meal can safely be incorporated in rabbit diet and enhance the fertilizing capacity of the sperm cells. And lastly, the sperm morphology and velocity depicted in the following table shows that the increasing levels of quinoa leaf meal affected the sperm motility parameters, and in the exception of velocity characters. Increase in total motility and progressive motility may be due to higher quantities of crude protein and amino acids, such as arginine, glutamic acid, and methionine in quinoa leaf meal level 7.5. The negative quadratic response in non-progressive motility is beneficial to reproductive performance of the rabbits, as it shows that increasing the supplemental levels of quinoa enhances the protein availability, improving sperm progressive motility, which support the positive quadratic response of progressive motility percentage. Current study, ladies and gentlemen, shows that quinoa can be used safely, or rather incorporated safely in rabbit diet to enhance the reproductive performance of this particular rabbit. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, it can be concluded that the inclusion of quinoa leaf meal up to 7.5 in rabbit diet can partially replace soybean leaf meal and therefore improve semen quality parameters in terms of volume, sperm morphology, viability, and motility, and then can also improve the semen health in terms of total phenolic compound and the availability of phenolic compounds, and the availability of antioxidant in the semen cavity, without adversely affecting the semen pH, concentration, semen color, sperm velocity, and morphology. So, we can advise that further research need to be conducted as to investigate the effect of kidney leaf meal inclusion in rabbit diet beyond 7.5% on semen color, pH, concentration, morphology, and velocity in New Zealand white rabbit bucks. So, the kidney leaf meal, ladies and gentlemen, enhanced the reproductive hormones, in this case, estrogen and testosterone, semen health, semen quality parameters. To my PhD supervisors, Prof. Sivola and Prof. Mabelevele, this one is a great appreciation to you guys. And then my research mate, Ms. Diseko and Ms. Makoma, National Research Fund, Investor South Africa, Women in Research, Research Project Funding. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Dr. Kujwana. I'm actually tempted to ask if this research will cross over from animals to... I'll not finish my sentence. Thank you. Colleagues, I just want to make a small adjustment to our program. This is just so that we save up on lost time. We're supposed to have a Q&A after 2 presenters, but what we'll do is that we'll take all 5 and have a Q&A right at the end. I'm going to ask you, please jot down those questions, those comments, and then we will address them right at the end. Good. Another round of applause, please. Great. So we are continuing with our program. The next presenter is Dr. Manduna, and he will be presenting online. And the title of his study is Extractivism, Energy Transition, and Dystopianism, a Southern Perspective on the South African Case. Over to our online presenter. Oh, I'm getting communication from the back that our presenter is not here. Perfect. As someone who's, okay, not perfect. Not perfect. But remember at the beginning, I did make a promise to all of you that I am going to try my level best to make sure that we are out of here earlier than some of you are expecting for us. Right. Then we'll move on to Dr. Raja. Dr. Raja, if you can just start to make your way to the podium. And the title of his presentation is Investigation of the Anti-Cancer Potential of a Cardiac Glycoside in KB1 Oral Cancer Cells. Can we just encourage him with a round of applause? Colleagues, we're just having a tiny glitch, but we will be proceeding shortly.
Good afternoon to everyone. The topic of my presentation is investigation of the anti-cancer potential of a cardiac glycosides in KB1 oral cancer cell line. So I have done all these works under the mentorship of Prof. Pillai. Cancer is a global threat. Oral cancer is highly prevalent in Eastern and Southern Africa. There are two reports highlighted here, how many patients are affected by oral cancer. Current drugs and other approaches to counteract chemotherapy. We know chemotherapy, what are the struggles patients undergo. They lose hairs and weight and other side effects. Many studies have shown that plant extracts contain several phytochemicals that may provide anti-cancer effects, such as inducing cell cycle arrest, inhibiting cell proliferation, increasing apoptosis, and prohibiting migration, invasion, and metastasis. So the last sentence is all about traditional knowledge. The book called The Medicinal Plants of South Africa, there it is quoted. Prof. Pillai shared with me these sentences. So in the Eastern Cape, people are using Tulbachia violacea. This is our medicinal plants research plant. So they have been using for treating oral and esophageal cancer. There is no scientific evidence so far. So with this background, as well as there is the literature available, it is meant for the Tulbachia violacea. It can be useful for treating cancer. So with these two evidences, we wanted to put biochemical analysis using GCMS. Cardiac glycosides, in other words, it is called as cardiac glycoside is a class, and digoxin or ditoxin are called as a specific compound. So here from the Tulbachia violacea, we may derive digoxin, which can be more effective than ditoxin, because ditoxin will be harmful to human beings, especially when we take overdose. So actually, cardiac glycosides is a drug which is being used for heart diseases and arrhythmia. And the background or the mechanism behind this, it also possesses anti-cancer potential by inhibiting the membrane-bound sodium, potassium, and ATPase pump, leading to intracellular iron imbalance, calcium accumulation, and activation of apoptotic signaling cascades. So this is the mechanism is played, especially in oral cancer. But it is slightly different with the mechanism of treating cardiac diseases, heart diseases. So this can be considered as an anti-cancer agent for further analysis. So the plant belongs to the family of Amaryllidaceae. It can also be called as wild garlic and society garlic, and it has been used for esophageal cancer, oral fungal infections, and other ailments, including HIV also. The objectives are to prepare different solvent extracts, hexane, chloroform, ethyl acetate, methanol, ethanol, and water of Tulbachia violacea, to analyze the metabolomics profiles of selected extracts using GCMS, to investigate the potential of the bioactive compounds from Tulbachia violacea to bind to anti-cancer drug targets, and also to evaluate the cytotoxic and anti-proliferative effectives, and we also call it as a traditional method. It's a sequential method. We go one after the other. It has to be the dried plants soaked with grounded well with a blender. So after grounding, we got 20 gram of powder, and it was soaked with 50 ml of first solvent, hexane. It is a low polarity solvent. So we have to go one by one, starting from low polarity solvent to high polarity solvent. And after 48 hours, everything has to be filtered using a vacuum filter. And also, for the concentration purpose, we have to use rotary evaporator. Once it is done, we may get the concentrated crude extracts. It can be used for analyzing the bioactive bioassay guidelines. Moving to gas chromatography and mass spectroscopy, that is called GCMS. So we have used the mission called Zimatsu model QP 2020. This equipment was used, and the specific column mentioned here, that was used to elute the particular almost 20 of the molecules from all three extracts. So the conditions of the GCMS analysis, it is listed out in table 1. So before performing with the cancer cell line, we need to check the confluence, the density of the cells. It has to be more than 90%. So it was checked with Neuber chamber using of 10 mule oral cancer cell line and plus 10 mule Tryphon blue. And this was 2 mule, it was loaded in Neuber chamber and it was counted. And there will be, in Neuber chamber, there will be many grids, and in each grids, there will be, we need to analyze, the white stands for live cells and yellow stands for dead cells. All those cells have to be counted with all the 4 corner squares. So from there, we need to count live and dead cells using of the particular formula given here. And we have purchased the oral cancer cell line from Celonex separations, and it was seeded with a 96 well plate, and after that, the fresh medium containing cardiac glycosides was treated in the cell line. So the CO2 incubator and 30 CO2 incubator are supposed to be used for maintaining the cell line, and 37 temperature and 5% of humidity is supposed to be used. Then afterwards, we have analyzed the morphological structure of cell line also. Analyzing of cell morphology is done using phase contrast microscopy was used to observe the morphology of the cells. And moving to apoptosis, there are 2 dye were used to identify the live cells and dead cells. The cells were treated with cardiac glycosides after 24 hours. And then the cells were harvested, washed with the ice-cold PBS. The pellets were resuspended in 5 mule of acridine orange and ethidium bromide. These are the 2 dyes were used to identify the apoptotic cells. Apoptotic cells, the early apoptotic cells and the late apoptotic cells, these are the 2 different death we can identify, as well as the necrosis and shrinking and blebbing of the cells also it can be identifiable using apoptotic assay. Then we also performed a gene expression study. Those apoptotic genes were chosen based on the review of literature that was performed. Moving to results, we got the results yield from each extract that is shown here, and the GCMS data also shown. Based upon the 3 extracts, we have highlighted here 20 molecules were isolated from altogether 3 extracts. The cardiac glycosides has been reported as several studies to be present in Tulbachia violacea plant extracts cause changes in intracellular calcium concentration by inhibiting Na+, K+, and ATPase. So it is very good drug for treating cancer also. So far, no work has been done. But based upon the traditional knowledge and based upon the literature, it can be used for cancer. It was highlighted in generally. So it can be. So we wanted to test with the oral cell line. So this is the mechanism is played by digoxin. In the cell membrane, sodium, potassium, and ATPase will be inhibited using of digoxin, and the accumulation of sodium and calcium will be more in the cells, inside the cells, and this is regarding to heart failure, and it will give, because of the excess of calcium, it will give contractions. Then slowly the heartbeat will be slowed down and it will come to normal function. So this is the related to heart failure. But in the case of oral cancer or cancer, it is almost the same. So apoptosis things will be happen at the end of the things. So that is the mechanism behind this compound called cardiac glycosides. It's a drug. And moving to MTD assay. We have identified the IC50 value. 0.8 is the IC50 value. This digoxin, the compound or the drug, can be able to kill the cells, 50% of the cells. So that is highlighted using MTT assay, cytotoxicity assay. Moving to morphological assay, and all the dead cells were identified in the concentration of 0.5 μg and 0.85 μg using of contrast microscope. And as I mentioned earlier, the early apoptotic cells seems to be yellow in color, and once it is completely dyed, that seems to be red in color. There are two dyes we have used for performing this experiment called apoptotic assay. And moving to real-time PCR, there are 5 genes we have chosen along with a housekeeping gene or control gene called GAPDH, and there are 2 genes down-regulated that are PCNA and MDM2, and all the other 3 genes are upregulated. So here we identify the fold changes. Based upon the fold changes, we can conclude how far it is more effective along comparing with the housekeeping gene or control gene GAPDH. So altogether, we have published, we have submitted 14 manuscripts. 3 of them have published so far, and the 4th one, it is accepted for publications. So the impact factor 8.5, it is a collaborative research paper, and before coming here, I performed and gave them, and after coming here, I wrote the manuscripts for this work, and my collaborators have done the work in the other works. The journal is called International Journal of Biological Macromolecules, and these 2, 5 and 6 manuscripts are accepted, and revision is done. We have submitted, hopefully it will be published within 1 month. And there are 5 more book chapters. We have it is under publications, and that are in Taylor and Francis, and the 4th one in Springer Nature, and the 5th one is Elsevier, and the rest of the 3 more papers are under revisions, and the 4th one recently we have submitted. It is under progress, and all the others are under revisions. Thank you so much. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Raja, for your insightful presentation. Indeed, colleagues, can we please settle down? Are we moved by those numbers of publications? Oh, okay, I understand. Thank you for your presentation, Doc. Indeed, cancer is an aggressive killer in Africa and the rest of the world, so we do appreciate the research that you're putting into that space, right? Colleagues, we are going to move on to the next presenter, and that is going to be Dr. Shilate. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. The title of his presentation is A Chromosome-Level Genome Assembly of the South African Mozambique tilapia reveals genomic signatures of local adaptation. Can we just encourage him? Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And thank you for the introduction. So I will be presenting to you some of the work which I'm currently busy with in the genomics world. But mostly I'm based at Ingaba. Well, all of you knows that Unisa co-own the PEG Bio Review, so I'm taking that advantage of trying to showcase some of the research which we are doing. So I'm going to give a talk on the chromosomal level of assembly of South African Mozambique tilapia, and also I will do some of the comparatives analysis which I will showcase some of the genes which I was able to identify. So we start with what is a Mozambique tilapia. So the tilapia belongs to the Silchitae family with over 70 species, and this species is native or is indigenous to Africa and Middle East. And also in terms of the global production, they have reported over 7 million metric tons of the production. And also it's one of the most important species for food security and also income, especially for the developing and also underdeveloped countries. So in South Africa, this species is still underdeveloped, as we only contribute less than 1% of the global tilapia output. And again, we also cultivate two species, which is an Orochromis mozambicus, which is an indigenous, and also the Orochromis niloticus, which is an exotic breed. And as I've already indicated, this sector is still underdeveloped due to there are some of the constraints which the government implement or put effect to the farmers due to some of the challenges which I will also address them. So in terms of the characteristics, this species is suitable and also it's able to adapt to our environmental conditions, specifically on the tropical environment. And also it's an ideal for low input aquaculture system, as it also rely on the microalgae which is found in the water system, and also in terms of their traits. So it's able to reach the market size at around 6 months to 10 months. And also it's resistant to disease and also adaptable to the climate change. So what is being known in the genomics world for the tilapia? So there is a study which was done around 2009, which they also indicated some of the challenges of these tilapia species, where they have already reported the hybridization within this type of species. And this was due to some of the major impact, like the climate change. We know that during the 2000, around 2000, there was a flooding in South Africa, especially from the Limpopo River towards some of our rivers, like the crocodile rivers. So this study was reported, especially when it comes to the Ruvubu River, which is connected to the Limpopo River. So they've already indicated that indeed there is hybridization, which is currently affecting this kind of species. And also one of the challenges is the habitat fragmentation and also urbanization, which also leads to, or which contribute to the declining in the genetic diversity of this species. So some of the research which were done recently, they also reported that there is a decrease in when it comes to the genetic diversity of this species. So publicly, there is an available genome, which is found on NCBI. However, this genome is highly fragmented, as it was conducted only using the short reads, which are the Illumina reads. And again, there is one high-quality genome which was also reported by the Chinese, but this genome is not available publicly. So meaning that if maybe as South African researchers or South African farmers wants to try and check into the genetic insight of these breeds, they won't be able to utilize such kind of genetic materials. So we look into that and say, indeed, it is important for us as South African to have our local genomic resources, which will be utilized for conservation and also the selective breeding programs. So in terms of the methodology, so I only utilized one female adult Mozambique. Then from that female, I had to go to the lab and try to extract high molecular weight DNA, of which after that I had to also check in terms of the amount of data, amount of the concentration which is required and also the size. Then after that I had to prepare everything. Then immediately when I had like an accurate data, then I had to sequence it using the PacBio sequence. Then after that, went through the bioinformatics analysis where I had to check the quality of the data, then again assemble the genome. Then on the other hand, so this work was like going hand in hand, I had to also extract the Omni-C data, which I wanted also to utilize so that I can be able to assemble our genome to the chromosomal level. So this is almost like the pipeline which I utilized for my work. So in terms of the data which I generated and also trying to find out how much and how big is my genome, so I had to first do what we call the genome scope estimation, where from the data which I generated using the PacBio long reads, so I had almost like 33 times coverage. Then also with the average read length of around 17 kb. Then also in terms of the quality size, so I had like almost like 90%, 96.8. So utilizing this genome scope, it was also able to give me the estimated genome size which I was expecting, which was from this, if you can check on the figure side there, the length, where it's written length. So that one is almost like 0.99 GB size, which I was expected to find. So running my analysis, so this is some of the results which I obtained. So our South African abalone is the one which is also highlighted, the first in the column, which was also on the chromosomal level. So in terms of the genome size, I was able to assemble to 1.09 GB size, and also with the 22 chromosomes being visible when I ran the Omni-C results. Then in terms of some of the metrics which we also checked, so we were able to find the N50, which was high compared to the other available genomes from also the Oreochromos tilapia and also other tilapia species. And also in terms of the number of contigs and also the N50 of the contigs. So from these metrics, we were able to, or I was able to say, this is one of the best assemblies which I've ever assembled. So with some of the assessment which we also do, so I was able to also take my genome and run it to the BASCO analysis. So the BASCO analysis, what it does, it has like a number of genes which when you run that software, you should be able to get almost like 100% of those genes being present to your genome. So from our analysis, so we were able to get 99.5% of the genes being represented on our genome. Then also, I also utilized this other software called Mercury to also check the KMA completeness, which also reported 95.8% of the completeness of our genome. So this is one of some of the metrics which I was checking, and I was very confident that this is something which we can also share with the public. So in terms of the chromosomes, so if you check, this is a figure which is representing like these boxes from in a diagonal size. So if you count those blocks, they are like totaling to 22, which also represent the number of chromosomes which you are supposed to get from the tilapia fish. So after running that, then I was able to also do the annotation. So this is some of the work which I did for annotation. So I did the repeat annotation, which it was also reported that 43.04% of my assembled genomes, from that 43.04 are the repetitive elements. So in terms of the annotation, so unfortunately I didn't have time to also go and do the RNA-seq and also take some of the proteins to do the functional annotation. So what I did the de novo annotation, of which we were able to predict or to get around 27,000 genes being represented there. Then this is one of the Syntheny plot or the Cisco plot, which I also analyzed, checking in terms of the number of genes being present in the genome and also the GC content and also the number of chromosomes. So from this sketch, what you can see is you are observing some of the scatter plot, which talks about in terms of the number of genes within the genome and also the GC content. And you can see that there was a relationship between there, indicating that the higher the GC content, the more you get more genes from your genome. So, okay. So after that, what I did, I also took 3 of the available annotated genomes from the tilapia species. So I also ran what we call the orthologs. So for orthologs, that's where we are checking into the genes which are shared, ancestral genes between those tilapia species. Then, and also we were able to report around 16,000 of the genes being shared from those 3 species. And also in terms of the single copy genes, then I was able to get around 8,386 genes from there. Then what I did after was to take the single copy orthologs genes then to try and find the signatures of selections. So when we talk about the signatures of selections, I'm talking about the genes which are being positively regarded as being transferred from generation to generation. So from these 8,000 genes, so I was able to only get 610 genes from those 3 species, which was positively selected. Then after that, I had to do what we call the functional annotation to check or to get a detail of what are those genes and what are their functions are for. So this is one of the genes or some of the top, because I only had to take like top 20 genes. So some of the genes which were also highlighted there is some of the genes which are responsible for the growth. Some are also responsible for the immune system of the fish. So in conclusion, what can we conclude from my study? So we were very confident that this was the successful assembly, which we were able to generate the reference genome for the South African abalone, which will be able to be utilized also with some of the South African. So it will also serve as a reference. And again, this reference genome will be able to be utilized in the aquaculture system or aquaculture industry. Why I'm saying that? So now the government is also trying to implement or revive the tilapia production, which they are saying that we will be able to utilize some of this work. And I would like to thank these collaborators and also Madzibandela College for providing us with this tissue sample. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chilate, for your presentation. Colleagues, I first came to know about tilapia in culinary school. Obviously, we cooked it and we ate it. I'm so sorry that we did not try and get some genomes from it. But if you are looking for a recipe, you can come and talk to me. But I also know that tilapia is also big in the medical space, where they use it for skin grafting of burned wounds and burns. So with that, I'm going to call, believe it or not, our last presenter. Right? Yeah, you can clap for that. I'm going to call Dr. Monehi to come and give us our last presentation, and the title is Woody Plant Removal, Remove Species-Specific Trade-offs in Morphological and Productivity Responses of Grass. Over to you, Doc. Colleagues, just for noting, please note that after our presentation we'll have Q&A. Remember, I had asked earlier on for you to jot down those questions, those comments, and as soon as our presenter is done, we'll be jumping into Q&A, and after that, we'll just go to the awards and we'll be closing, right? Please just bear with us for a little bit.
Good day, colleagues. Thanks again for the introduction. My talk will be on grass morphological and productivity responses along woody plant removal gradient. Woody plant encroachment is a global problem that affects many rangelands. And this is because increased tree densities reduce biodiversity, herbaceous plant production, and the overall ecosystem productivity, which diminishes the economic viability of many savanna rangelands. However, trees can also facilitate grasses by moderating the microclimate and also by increasing soil fertility through end fixation and also through the provision of water. And therefore, this dual role by trees forms a basis of the competition and facilitation framework that governs tree or rather plant interactions in savanna ecosystems. Nonetheless, control strategies such as tree thinning are generally employed to rehabilitate the herbaceous layer. And this is because tree thinning improves light availability and soil moisture that benefits the herbaceous material. However, total clearing of woody species may eliminate these benefits provided by wood plants. And therefore, it is very crucial to understand how grass species responds morphologically and functionally along a woody plant removal gradient. This is because grass species differ in their physiological and morphological strategies for dealing with tree-induced resource heterogeneity. But nonetheless, grass morphological traits such as your plant height, vegetative height, tiller number, tuft sizes, inflorescences, and also plant biomass serves as indicators of responses to environmental changes and management interventions. And therefore, the objective of this study was to investigate morphological and productivity responses of 4 common savanna grass species at the study area. And namely the species were Symbopogon pospichili, Digitaria eriantha, Heteropogon contortus, and Penicum maximum. These species represent a range of ecological strategies from shade tolerant to light demanding, and therefore allowing for the assessment of functional variability in response to altered tree densities. This study was conducted at the Agricultural Research Council, where 24 plots of 30 by 30 meters that were set up in 2018 were used. And in these plots, or rather these plots were assigned different wood removal intensities. And these wood removal intensities represent a gradient of disturbance levels, therefore allowing for the evaluation of potential ecological responses. To assess the grass morphological and productivity parameters, a 1 by 1 meter quadrat was used, and all the grass individuals were measured at 5 meter intervals along a 25 meter line transect in each of the 24 plots. And for each plant, the following parameters were recorded, and that's your plant height, vegetative height, the number of tillers, tuft sizes, inflorescence sizes, and also plant biomass. The study findings showed species-specific responses to wood removal intensities. For example, Simbopogon postpichili showed a greater plant total height at moderate to high wood removal intensities, and therefore indicating its strong light response under reduced woody cover. And Digitaria, however, Digitaria aeriantha, Heteropogon contortas, and Penica maximum showed no significant changes in terms of total plant height in response to different wood removal intensities. Vegetative height increased with wood removal intensities in Simbopogon postpichili, Heteropogon contortas, and Penica maximum, therefore reflecting improved light conditions. In addition to this, Penica maximum showed reduced vegetative height under high wood removal intensities, specifically 75%, and the complete removal of the woody biomass, and therefore reflecting this species' shade-tolerant and nitrophilous nature. Moreover, the study findings demonstrated that Simbopogon postpichili had a strong response in terms of tiller numbers, tuft sizes, and plant biomass at moderate and high wood removal intensities, indicating that this species may have benefited from reduced tree cover. In addition to this, plant biomass of Simbopogon postpichili peaked at 50% wood removal intensity, therefore suggesting an optimal balance between light and moisture. Penica maximum displayed increased tillering and biomass at 50% wood removal intensity, but declined at higher wood removal intensities, most likely due to the loss of canopy facilitation and also heat stress, which reflects this species' shade-tolerant nature. Digitaria aeriantha showed a limited response in terms of tiller number and tuft sizes, but plant biomass for this particular species peaked at 100% wood removal intensity, meaning it peaked at the complete removal of the woody biomass, suggesting resilience through its stoloniferous growth and clonal integration that allows this particular species to persist under variable conditions. However, Heteropogon contortas was largely unaffected by the treatment, consistent with its conservative growth strategy, which prioritizes survival over expansion under environmental changes. Moreover, the study findings indicated that grass reproductive traits were less responsive to the different woody removal intensities than the vegetative characteristics. Only Penica maximum showed longer inflorescence at moderate to high woody removal intensities, while other species remained largely unaffected. And therefore, the increased size of this particular species of Penica maximum under reduced tree cover indicated that shading reduces reproductive capabilities, which result in a trade-off between vegetative growth and floral display in this shade-tolerant species. Overall, these results indicated that woody removal increases vegetative productivity but has little effect on the reproductive allocation, suggesting that reproductive traits are more conservative and are primarily influenced by rainfall and nutrient availability rather than light availability. In conclusion, the study findings demonstrated that moderate woody removal optimizes grass morphological and productivity traits by reducing tree competition while maintaining the beneficial microclimate effects. And also, the study findings showed that extreme woody conditions, and that's a higher woody density or the complete removal of trees, suppresses growth depending on which particular species it's affected. For example, dense woody cover limit light-demanding species such as Simbopogon pospichili, while the complete removal of the woody biomass stresses shade-tolerant species such as Openicum maximum. Therefore, this study's implications are that intermediate tree densities enhances herbaceous performance, thus supporting partial woody removal as a sustainable management strategy for maintaining productive and diverse savanna grass layers, which may improve the economic viability of these rangelands. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Doc. Colleagues, you will remember that I mentioned that our hope for this event is to actually create a fertile environment for collaboration. And this is the opportunity now where you can engage with our presenters and hopefully align in terms of the research that you're doing. I declare the Q&A session officially open, and colleagues who would like to, to raise a question, you're welcome to just indicate by raising a hand. Dr. Maluleke, a question? There's a question from Prof. Ndwasa. Can you just help? Okay, Prof. Ndwasa, not because Dr. Masebe is my COD, it's just that she's closer, so I will just start with her.
Okay, let's try this. Thank you, Ms. Motlohelwa. My question goes to Dr. Gujwana. I think that was the first presenter. With regard to the study on leaf mills, I just wanted to check, I think from your presentation, unless I've missed it, you were talking about the in vivo, activities. I just wanted to check if any in vitro studies were conducted before the leafy vegetable or leafy mills could be given to the rabbits, or there is no need to do that. And also in terms of your reliability and validity of the study, what were the controls that we used in order to check, the semen health, reproductivity, and so on?
Thanks for the question, ma'am. We firstly analyzed the chemical composition of Kinaf leaf meal. So I did present about it in my presentations. There was a table on, I think it was table 3 or 2, on chemical composition of Kinaf leaf meal. So I didn't get your second question, Ken.
Yes, I did see the chemical composition table. I just wanted to check whether, you did use any cells in the lab first before you could go in vivo just to directly feed, because I'm thinking of the cytotoxicity. I know you did refer to the fact that they are safe to use, but I just wanted to check whether you've done any lab experiment first just to check the cytotoxic levels before you can go directly to the animals. Okay. My second question was more on the reliability of your data in terms of maybe the controls that you've used, and if what you've done can easily be repeatable, in other, animals or whatever. I don't know.
What I can say is that quinoa is one plant that is rich in nutraceuticals. It's also consumed by women as vegetables, so it's highly reliable and can improve other semen qualities or other reproductive parameters of other livestock. So I can recommend that as well, to be used on other livestock and women as well.
Thank you, Doc. Prof. Ndwasa, over to you.
So RIPS is being transferred to humans.
I see that. It is worrisome.
Thank you very much. So my question is to Dr. Chilate. Chilate, correct. So because this is an important project, I think, yours, the work that you're doing, I just wanted to understand in granular terms, what did you mean when you say successfully assembled the chromosomal genome? So if you can just, I just want what you actually mean in granular terms. When completely, what you call sequenced, annotated, you said it's not annotated. So I just want you in granular terms to explain what you've actually achieved when you say you've successfully assembled the chromosomal genome. And also, it'd be nice to know whether the data that you've collected, how are they deposited and shared or distributed? How are they kept? And also, lastly, to find out, is this part of the Africa Biogenome Project? You're doing that in Raba. Is it part of the Africa Biogenome Project? Because then that will connect to the storage and distribution and processing.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So maybe I'll start with the last question. So the project is part of the Africa BP project, which is, I think, under Prof. Mapoli and also the institution, I think it's aware of. So what we are doing is we collect the samples, the indigenous actually. We look for the economically important indigenous species, then we find the rationality of why we want to generate the genome for that. So after that, then that's why we make an informed decision of saying, yes, let's go and collect this kind of samples. So when it comes to the tilapia, so before myself joining here, so I was one of the guys who were part of the Department of Fisheries project. So what they wanted to initiate is try to revive the tilapia production industry in South Africa. So what they sat down with some of the scientists, and likely I was part of those delegations. So immediately when they were giving us a proposal, then I was like, no, you cannot start by saying you are going to do selective breeding before knowing the species which you are working on. So that's where now we were like, no, we first need to generate the genetic database for the species which we want to work on. So we were lucky because of some of the stakeholders were there, then we engaged with them. They allowed that we can do such work. Then after myself coming in, I told Prof that there's this other species which is in the aquatic or the fishery department, and these guys want to work on that kind of a project. So they were like, no, come in, you can do that. So what I did, I collected the samples. Then in terms of the storage, the raw samples we collect. Yes, okay. The storage of the data, we sequence, then after sequencing, it's transferred to Unisa HPC. Then after Unisa HPC, that's when now I access the data, then assemble the genomes, then analyze. Then after assembling the genomes, then I write a paper, then be able to publish. But before publishing, the journals, they require us to make the data available. So the assembled data which we did, then we we submit it to NCBI for them to verify. Yes.
Very important.
Prof. Ndwasa.
No, it needs to be. The sole purpose of Africa Biogenome was to keep African genomic data in Africa. So why are we using NCBI? Why are we using NCBI, colleagues? No.
Okay, can I try maybe to say, when it comes to the available databases where we can we can share the data, especially when we want to publish, you have to first check on which database can we utilize. And from my own understanding, I don't think we have any database which we can share the genomes in Africa. We don't have any African. Yes.
You can use references in the NCBI.
Yes.
Keep the genomic data here in the country. That was the whole purpose.
Yes, I understand that. But remember, if we are saying we are going to keep these reference genomes, let's say, within ourselves, then we are going to deny other African countries to access our genome. Yes, but they don't have a database for us to share the data to.
Colleagues, please just note that that's just the patient speaking. And I'm going to give an opportunity down here. We've got a question. Thank you for that engagement, Prof. Ndwasa.
Right, thank you so much. I actually have a question to the first speaker. I wanted to know about
colleagues, can we settle down?
The can of meal. Did you check if it influences like the feed intake at those different inclusion levels of the rabbits and their growth? Was there any effect on that? And did you find whether there's any anti-nutritional factors within that leaf or plant, whatever you call it? Yeah.
Okay. So basically what we did, we started by analyzing the chemical composition of KINAF, but we didn't go deeper because of the restrictions due to finances. But we would love to do the analysis even further. This was part of my PhD work. The second objective after chemical composition, we did do growth performance parameters and nutrient digestibility. So the diet improved weight gain, but it didn't affect the FCR and feed intake. So it was actually a good diet. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, colleagues. We will just be taking one last question. There's a question from Dr. Maluleke.
Thank you. This is also for the first speaker or presenter. So what causes the debris or dead cells initially that you found in the semen, and what does it mean for the rabbits or any other animals that may be affected? And is the KLM already incorporated in animal feed at the moment at like commercial level, or is it still under studies only? And is it possibly used for the same purposes for humans?
Let me start with your last question. The KINAF is still being developed. The information is not yet there. Some is there on dairy, the KINAF seeds only, but the leaf meal, the information is scarce. But so it hasn't been used on humans as for enhancement of reproduction, but it has been used as vegetable, kind of like a food to human. So what was your first question? I believe it was the solution that we used, the TALP solution. Let me check for reference.
While you look for that, can we perhaps take Dr. Maluleke's question?
Wait.
Okay, we'll wait.
See, the solution contained of sodium pyruvate, sodium lactate, gentamicin. So this chemical, it contained several chemicals that may had a negative effect on the semen, as well as its pH can maybe had an impact. But we didn't do the further analysis to check, was it really the solution or there are other factors? But the debris cells as well were present in the semen. As well, we want to check what causes those things. So hence we are continuing with this study currently.
Thank you for that. Over to you, Doc.
Okay, thank you. The speaker who was presenting about grass, in terms of your selection, did you consider was your selection based on the availability of the grass or based on the palatability of this grass by animals? And then number two, you said you have measured biomass in term, which like you did not show us. How did you measure that biomass?
It's you, right?
Thank you for your questions. To answer your first question regarding the selection of the grass species, firstly, the grass species that were assessed we selected the dominant species in terms of their abundances at the study area, and also we selected them based on their different functional groups, because we wanted to look at how does now different tree cover affects the growth parameters of different woody species, including different functional, not woody species, but grass species, including different functional types. And also, and for the, what you call plant biomass, the individual grasses were harvested and oven dried, and that's how we quantified what you call the dry matter. Or biomass, dry matter of the grass species.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Colleagues, a round of applause to all our presenters. And I just want to thank you for that wonderful engagement. We will be starting with our awards and recognition ceremony. This aspect of the program will be led by my apologies, Professor Sumenya. Professor Sumenya is the Director for School of Ecological and Human Sustainability. And while she makes her way to the stage, I would like to acknowledge all our adjudicators, excuse me, and their names are Dr. Masebe, Dr. Maluleke, Dr. Pabu, Dr. Figlen, Dr. Malachi, as well as Professor Menz. I would also like to ask you to come to the front for a photo op as well as a gift. Our adjudicators, please. Let's encourage them. She needs to take a picture with the adjudicators. Colleagues, we're still missing Prof. Menz and Dr. Malachi and Dr. Figlen. Are they still here? Oh, okay, okay. Okay, then it means the three of you then will take that picture. Yeah. Have we also lost our photographer? There we go. Can you just stand nicely? You can put Dr. Masebe in the middle. Prof. Semenya is also going to be with you there in front, Prof. You are allowed to smile. Okay, colleagues, it seems that there's just a bit of a delay. Oh, Dr. Malaji is here, and I know she loves pictures, so she will kill me. Please, can we just, can we just take that picture again? And Dr. Figlen is here. Thank you. Please smile again, you are allowed. Dr. Maleke, be a gentleman and put the ladies in the middle. There we go, there we go. We are almost there, colleagues. Perfect. Please don't run away. We will be bringing your gift to you. All right. I'll be handing over to Professor Semenya.
Good afternoon, colleagues. So my job is the simple one, to hand over the awards to our presenters, and I think you will all agree with me. This thing. Okay. That the research and the presentations we have seen here today, colleagues, the quality of the research and the presentations that our postdocs were doing here, it is on another level. And I think we must give them, as Prof. Makhanu would say, a thunderous applause. Colleagues, so that is not it. Thunderous. Thank you. So we will be presenting the awards. The adjudicators were looking at the presentation based on the organization, presentation skills, the objectives, information that the colleagues are presented, as well as the way that they were answering the questions that were asked. So I will wait for colleagues to give me the top three, then I will announce them to you. Maybe you can play the music like you were playing in the morning. I now have the results for the posters. We have the top 3. On position 3, best poster. I don't know why is it written my name. Is it a mistake? Okay. The best poster, position 3, it is awarded to Kambule Shai. The second position goes to Prof. Ganta. Pumuzo Budeli. And the winner is Cynthia Marokani Khadebe. They're almost done with the oral presentation. So for oral presentations, we have our top 2. Okay. On the second position, we have Tendo Chilate. Then our winner. I don't know if I did say that everyone that presented here is a winner. If you're not getting a certificate, it doesn't mean that your research is not good enough. You are a winner. But we just have number 1. The number 1 goes to I think it's written all postdocs, so I don't know how they're going to share this. Okay. They're saying I must give it to Dr. Raja.
the final round of applause, colleagues. The very final one. Thank you for facilitating that, Professor Semenya. Colleagues, I'm going to call to our DED to come and cover the vote of thanks as well as closing. I do have a small message that all the PDFs, they're asking you to report to the council chambers immediately after this. I don't know what you did. But with that said, I would like to thank all of you, and it was a pleasure to be with you this afternoon. Over to you, Prof. Ganta.
Some inspired minds out there, I'm sure, after today. What I really reflect on when I look at a postdoc forum is, what are you trying to build? What do you want to achieve in your career? Because you stand at a precipice. Where do you want to go? This is an opportunity that has been opened. And actually a really special time in Unisa's position. Unisa is in this growth stage. As you can probably tell, we have all these postdocs coming out of nowhere. This is not a long-term thing that Unisa's been doing. Unisa is growing. And you are part of that very exciting time to be growing. And I really encourage you to grab those opportunities while they are here. You are at, I was reflecting, what is a postdoc? You know, what are you doing? You're kind of in this in-between phase. I did it as well. You don't really know what you're doing yet, but you're a doctor now, so, you know, everyone treats you well. So that's great. But you've got a short period of time where you get to establish yourself. I found my postdoc that time where I really went, okay, this is where I want to go. So use those opportunities. You know, be bold in your decisions. Grow into the positions that you've acquired. This is something that really Unisa's given an opportunity to build a community. Some of these people that are sitting here, one day you're going to reflect on, wait, that friend of mine from my postdoc years is now the director in Germany. That friend of mine that was a postdoc with me is now the VC. These are the connections that you make. These are the minds that you're sitting with. So now is the time to really utilize that. Build your network. Meet people. This is your peer group. These people are going to retire with you one day. So if you don't build this now, one day you'll be sitting there alone going, I wish I had friends. You know, who did I leave behind? Now's the time to make those connections. So today is inspiring. Today is a great day for us as a college, for the university, to look at this community of practice that we've brought together. And really, I have to thank the institution for saying now is the time. As mentors, we know we can grab postdocs. This is I've been at Unisa for 13 years, and only for the last 2 or 3 have we been told, get postdocs, as many as you can. So we've been scouring, and we've got a great global community here as well. And that's why I say I expect to see all of you all over the place. In fact, someone came to me today in this room, I won't mention you, and said, you lectured me in first year. You know, the joy that gave me to think, wow, people actually from first year can move. And I hope one day to bump into some of you saying, you know, I was a postdoc at Unisa, and now I'm the head of this department, or I'm heading up this research institute, or I won a Nobel Prize. Why not? You are the minds that we're looking to. You are the future of academia. So thank you for all the presenters. Thank you to the host today, Prof. Mabele Bele, for putting this all together. To the directors, being a director of a program is quite a tiring job. So thank you very much for keeping it going. I think give them a round of applause, actually. They've been working really hard today. Thanks to our keynote speaker. That was really inspiring this morning. Thanks to all the presenters, the posters. I've had a look around. Really great work going on. Some of it is really inspirational. Some of it is really practical. Some of it is you know, going to lead to huge things. Some of it is for right now. You know, research is about asking questions. It's not necessarily about the answers. The answers change as we understand and develop our knowledge. But the questions, what are you asking? And be bold in those questions. Be big in those questions. We had, some of you might know Professor Heading. We had him present at Senate the other day. And he showed the boat that takes scientists from Cape Town to the Antarctic. And he said, this boat costs 500 million rand. And you know what the VC said? We've got 21 billion in our reserves. Can't we take 500 million and build one of those boats? We've got the resources. We need the minds. We need the inspiration. We need people to drive projects. And you're here. Grab those opportunities. So thank you very much, everyone. All the best. Thank you to all the organizers, the speakers. this will not be the first forum. We're excited about the future prospects, and we're excited to see the papers that you're publishing. Thank you very much.